Okay, we live on Facebook. I'm currently live on YouTube. So I want to welcome you guys to the stage. Let's go. Okay, we are back here. Let me use these glasses. This is better. So I want to say good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be another explosive night today because we have got something. Evangelist, good evening, sir. Ogechi, good evening. I want to greet you guys. So we are loading. We have a lot of information to share today, and I believe we will be enjoying ourselves today. Okay, I want to use this camera. Okay, so let me go live on this one. Okay, so guys, I am live here on YouTube and on TikTok. So I'm just going live on TikTok now. So if you're joining TikTok, good evening. Good evening, Evangelist. So we got a lot of information to share today. If you are joining, please, 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 please. It's going to be another evening of educating ourselves and exposing the lies. So that's what we're going to do. So please make sure that you are staying tuned. Joe, good evening. Holy Lion, good evening. What we're going to do, I'm going to show you a video that has not been showed. This video I'm going to show you today is a video that Harrison and everyone has been hiding. Nancy, good evening. Salema, good evening. How are you guys doing? I'm looking happy because every day we're progressing. I'm a little bit coming late today because I have a long day. My camera is not that sharp on the computer, so I don't know what is going on here. Let me see if I can use the cam to send a video to. Okay, let me mirror it if it works for me. Well, it's not working like that, so I'm just going to use the desktop camera while I use the phone one here as well. I'm live on both area now, so I'm just going to end this live stream here. Yeah, we got. I want to end the live stream here, so I'm going to keep this one on. So let's see how it goes. So if you're joining, please stay tuned because I'm just trying to connect the both devices that I'm using. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Okay, streaming live from the UK. Whatever you're watching from, I want to thank you for always being part of our evening such as this. There are things that I'm going to discuss today. I don't know if this live I don't know if this live stream will go through, but I do believe it should. This is the camera I want to use. Yes, I want to use this camera. I have multiple cameras. I want to use this one. I take this one down. Okay, yes, this is the camera I want to use. Now, if you are joining TikTok, please stay tuned. Make sure that let's get people in on TikTok. But if you want to watch the video, we're going to head over to YouTube a little bit and I'll show the video because I'm going to show the video. If TikTok can't decide, say they want to remove the video or they not let me stream them, I go change topic. If YouTube say so, I go change topic. But make sure you like. The YouTube is not going to say that because I know YouTube are quite, they will not do that. We'll be able to show the video to you guys. I'm talking about the video of the body that Harrison found. How many of you have actually seen that video? The real video without any hiding. If you've seen that video, just say, I have seen it. Because the one I'm going to show you today, I'm going to basically expose his lies. His lies. That's exactly what I'm going to do. Because what we are going to do now, we are going to be exposing every lies that have made this case stagnant. That's what I'm going to do. Harrison has been a stumbling block for this case. The video we play yesterday and the audio conversation we play yesterday basically confirm everything I've been saying. You can hear the police telling Harrison, you are helping us, and you've been helping us. They never told me I'm helping them. The police never told me I'm helping them. I wasn't helping them. Harrison was helping them to condemn me. Sabio was helping them to condemn me and basically forget about this whole picture of the two young ladies that were missing in Aba. So I will be showing the video to you guys and I will keep on playing it and then we'll play it again and again and again. So if you are watching on YouTube, please watch it now. And if you're on TikTok, head over to YouTube and watch the video, or just click down on Instagram page and see it. I posted it on Instagram and thank the Lord, nobody removed it. It is still there. So you can go on Instagram and watch the video. It's there. Watch it. It's about 2 minutes long. Just watch the video and see the skeleton they presented to the family of Afiba. So I am going to try to bring that video up. It's a short video, but very, very important video. And Harrison knows exactly what he was doing when he refused to share that video with a member of the public. He knows exactly what he was doing. They know everything they were doing, but thank God that we are smarter than them, we are brilliant than them, and we are here to call them out on all of their lies. So I will be showing the video to you guys in a pretty second. And then let's watch the video. It's 2 minutes long, but very, very important video. So how many of you remember when Harrison told Daddy Freeze that, how many of you remember when Harrison told Daddy Freeze that the body they found was light skin? Light skin. Harrison was insinuating that the body they found was for Celine because Celine is light skin. But the same Harrison and the police tried to make Afiba's family to accept this body. Why? Now you're going to see the body that they call a body. From today, you know, when I say something is fact. The reason why Harrison never show you anybody that body is because he knows he was lying. Harrison that show Andrew's pie body, a whole body. They show Andrew with blood, with head, everything. Harrison did not show you the body he went to find. He carried ambulance and they were doing wee, 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 wee. Ah, these people. Fear Nigerians. Oh, I don't lie to you. Fear Harrison follower. Fear Harrison. You don't go. Now, this is the video for those of you guys on YouTube. Let me just bring it up. I pray God. When I say God will expose them, God will expose them. God will expose them. And God has started to expose them.
Government.
And this matter is actually going on.
Still nanga wazumu na ma hwenia me hunia say entumago say
Sorry,
body
sorry,
na
sorry, guys.
Nipa ne nan mu abie ye de na to ayeya na ne nan sisi wa wapro like wapro aka ho sa na a capture wa ha ye.
There's another video wazumu
Literally. Hear me. Okay. It was better yesterday. I don't know what's going on. Hold on, let me set up the mic, please, because this is very important, guys. Nothing can stop us doing what we need to do now. Okay. Can you guys hear me now? Yeah, if you can hear me, please let me know now. Is it better?
95.1.
Okay.
Nti yama government Robert obetumi ama na still nanga wazumu na ma hwe ni ya me hu ni a 95.1. Nti yama government Robert obetumi ama na still nanga wazumu na ma hwe ni ya me hu ni a say entumago say body na ho no
nipa ase ne namu abie ase nipa ne namu abie ye de na to ayeya na ne nan sisi ho a wapro like wapro aka ho sa na a capture wa ha yeah.
There's another video so almost they should show that one and so
okay to joining live on Facebook na you 95.1 ubehu say body na ase nipa ne ye bie ne namu a yɛde bibi na akata ne so na ade no pro tino saa na ayɛ wɔ ha
and you have doubts say we enye wu
dabi we because obi ya wu one man to me pro nku omanga somo yawe
Onu FM 95.1 we Ghana embassy na frɛ wo ebeka kyerɛ sɛ wo behwɛ sɛ wo nua ni ana ana sɛ
den human rights activist
one of
and friend me say waba de wabe PS ni say on na na yi no so nko gina ya na mu nti de wabe PS ni nti memra me samra na me confirm say na me say no way akura keto akura hwe akura keto akura beka say obi a wawu bebe hwe wawu tumi hu say body we obi a wawu one month wa pro
what if
tumi hu say body we obi a wawu one month wa pro
what if they pour chemical what if they pour chemical and baby almost shina na bibisa na obe
Guys, did you see what this guy is holding now? See the guy? He's wearing the slippers. Can you guys hear me, please? Did you see what he's holding? He's holding basically bones. Now bone in the hole, so. Now bone in the hole. This guy is holding bones. Look at his slippers. He's holding bones. Okay? With his left hand, he's holding bones. Let's go.
Mr. President say Obia or
Sorry, remember, I told you guys before on this platform that, hold on, guys. Can you guys hear me, please? It's very important. I want the audio to be clear, please. Please let me know if you can hear me now. I say 1, 2, 1, 2. If YouTube can hear me, I'm going to leave that audios on 1, 2. I say 1, 2. Say 1, 2 to me, please. If you can hear me, say 1, 2 on YouTube. I know the TikTok can hear me. 1, 2. I want to see somebody write 1, 2. Yes, very well. Now I'm going to discuss this right now. Now, there was a time I came down here and I told you guys the curtain was used, chemical was used on that curtain. And I told you guys that it was a bleach, something to change the color of something. As of the time I spoke about this, I haven't got access to the real video because Harrison never released it. And if you watch the video now, it was highly orchestrated, like somebody was judging the cameras. They didn't want to capture everything. And then Harrison blurred it. And they packed this. These are dry bones. They are all dry. The reason I say they are dry, look at the hand of the guy. He's carrying white. Okay? He's wearing white. And he has a white gloves on. And the white gloves is not dirty. So it is a dry bones. Those are dry bones. Okay? The white is not dirty. There are no flies around. There are no flies around that place. There's no maggot around that place. Harrison said it has been there for 30 days. No maggot around that place. And the guy is holding it comfortably. Okay? Maybe they think they are dealing with mumu people. But we are not mumu. Mr. Ben is no mumu. Mr. Ben is too advanced for this kind of game. Mr. Ben cannot accept no for an answer. Mr. Ben is not Harrison follower. Mr. Ben does not need to praise Harrison to tell him the truth. This is the fact. This is the reason Harrison never showed it to anybody. And this is what they want a family of a fever to accept. Now, Harrison is finished in the whole of Ghana. He's finished in the whole of Ghana. It was discussed on the biggest radio in Ghana, biggest YouTubers in Ghana, television. They are telling us that this is chemical work. Chemical. So now, all of you that have disputed what I keep saying on this platform, it is high time you eat your humble pie and say, something is wrong. And accept the fact so that we can look for these girls. And we can look for the real culprit that took these girls. I am shocked. Shock is basically understatement. This is bones. Harrison told us that it's a light-skinned person. Have you guys seen any skin here? Una they see any skin here? Please, make una help me, please. Manila, can you tell me if una they see skin? I'm bringing YouTube in because I'm not analyzing this video alone. If you're on YouTube, you gotta come on. Don't leave this matter for me to analyze on my own. Maybe my eye is not looking well. Maybe my ear is not hearing well. Please, I want somebody to come and help me. I want somebody to come and help me, please. Because Harrison thinks he can go scot-free. He thinks he can go scot-free. Where is that yeye just adultum? Come and see the body where una dey sell for Nigerians. Come and see the body where una dey sell for Nigerian. Yeye woman tell me, say, make I no talk about the body. Say, you don't find body. Just adultum, come and see your life.
This is not even your body. This is not a body.
Hey!
You even identify with how this is looking. How do you identify what color of skin this bones are? You can't tell.
Daddy Freeze, come and talk because the kind of thunder when I go send on away this week.
Because you know when the TV station in Ghana was discussing it, they asked, "Is that a human body?" I just see rags. It look like they just rags. They asked one person for second opinion, and the lady said it looked like it's a skeleton whose legs are open, and it's kind of stuck on the ground. And then the guy was like, so is it that the family is not accepting this body as their own? He said, no, we will not accept it because even a 1 month decayed body not reach this.
It's impossible.
Okay. So the man said, then, but to him, it looked like there's some kind of chemical. That's what the man said. He said it looked like they put chemical on the body. Beauty, beauty world. I don't know why you can hear me, but the man who was looking at the thing said, this doesn't look like a body that has decayed, but it looked like a body that has, it looked like something they poured a chemical on.
This has been my statement all along. And I've told everyone that came to listen, I was shouting. I was actually losing my head. The way Harrison went to package the body. Then Harrison came on the TV and said it was a yellow skin. It was a light skin. I think that may be Celine. I asked myself a question. Are people joking? They don't think that we are a fool. Look at the way they are holding the hand. They are holding bones. Look at his hand. Whoever can go to this extent have a hand in the disappearance of Afiba and Celine. Whoever can go to this point to organize this crime scene. So, if Mr. Ben was not even talking, they would have given this body to somebody. You see, when I told you guys the plan they have was very simple. They would have packaged this thing, put it on a casket, carry it, and give to one family. And then they will pay the money for the funeral. And they will not allow them to open it.
Mr. Ben, what his brother was saying also is that they requested forensics or a DNA be performed on the body. Okay, or this one you cannot perform an autopsy on the body because it's really just bones. So they were expecting that a forensics or a DNA be performed on the body. And that they requested that because they have doubts and they do not trust the person that will perform DNA or forensics on the body, they were willing to have an independent DNA or autopsy performed on the body because they had their doubt that that is not their body. That will not be the body of their daughter. And since then, they have not heard anything about that body anymore.
But who else in the whole of our nation now still believe that Andrew tied the girls? That Hanson does not have a hand in this. That Blessing does not have a hand in this. Who else can tell me the police does not have a hand in this disappearance of the girls? Who else can tell me that? I told you guys that the breakthrough will come through. Hanson never showed anybody this. It was leaked. It was leaked out. And no blogger analyze it. We are here. How do you offer this to a family? We got our brother from our Akwa Ibom. Go on, sir. Go on, brother. Can you hear us? Hold on, we can't hear you. Hold on. Hold on. The volume is not coming out. Let me do something so that we can hear the YouTube guys, please. Audio. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Now we can't hear you.
I think he can hear you, but you can't hear him. Maybe he should check his system.
We can hear you. No, maybe you log out and come back in again. Log out and come back in. Unbelievable. Make all of when they tag Daddy Freeze now. Daddy Freeze, all of them. Please, I want 20 people to tag him. 20 people. Tag him on TikTok, tag him on YouTube, tag him on everywhere that you can tag him. He must bring us back. This is the body that we are celebrating. This is the body these people were celebrating. Just watch the posture of this guy standing and tell me something else that I don't know. Watch him. Watch him.
Oh, even their doctor, confirm say, just
You see, these are bones. These are bones. These are bones. Harrison told you he found a body, that there was no head and there was no hand. Show me where there's no head and no hand here. Show me. This was not even a body. This was not even a body. This is a skeleton. This is a skeleton. Sorry, we can't hear you. The problem is this. Can you guys hear the our Kwaibon brother? I need to do this thing well so that I can. Hold on. I think maybe it's me that is messing about. It is me that is messing about. Let me just do something else. Hold on, brotherly. Is it? Okay, can you try to talk now? Can you guys hear me now? Can you hear me? Oh, no. Okay, but I cannot hear the feedback from YouTube and we would like to hear it. So normally we can hear it. So I don't know what is going on here. I don't know.
I can hear you very well on YouTube.
But can you hear the contributor on YouTube?
No, I think let him check his mic to see if he's.
Can somebody else come on YouTube, please? Evalila, can you come on YouTube and talk? Maybe it will be different. Okay. Yes, everyone along, so we can discuss this. Unbelievable. Just hold on, mandate. Hold on. We'll talk about this. Nobody's going anywhere. Nobody's going anywhere. This is called Renew Hope for our movement. This is a movement. Harrison, shame on you. Shame on you. Shame on you, Harrison. Shame on you. I can hear. Can you talk?
Mr. Ben, can you hear me?
Very well, I can hear you.
So he should give access to his mic, the audio. Maybe he did not.
Say?
He should give access. He should try to log back in and give access to his microphone.
Okay, thank you. Mandate, can you hear me now? Yeah, it's your mic. It's your mic. Honestly, it's your mic. Because I thought we have a problem, but we actually don't have a problem here. Now, there's two. I don't know which part of the body. Which part of the body is this? Hey, Harrison, I'm gonna lose you. Harrison go have a new shoe. You steal money, you buy motor, you steal all of his property. Harrison go have a new shoe. The human rights. I hail thee. I hail thee. Very young. Hey. Hey. Harrison Guamunushi. Ibo Onyoshi. We don't catch you. See what Harrison presented to the family and say it look yellow. It's a light-skinned person. See what Harrison presented and call it a light-skinned person. Do I still have any colo person where they defend Harrison anymore? Do I still have any colo master? Where is that useless mom of 5? Where is Otele Sabio? Where are they? Where is Mr. Potato? Where is Mommy of 5? Where is all the Mumu YouTuber? Why not they let me hear word? Make una come see una hero. Make una come see una hero. The man who basically truncated our effort to find these girls. When I played that recording yesterday for you guys, I wasn't playing it to say the police we are thinking about Harrison causing damage to them. It was me they have on the mind. It was me that was their problem. It was that Mr. Ben in the UK. What can we do for nobody to believe him? Okay, let us say he's an accomplice. And let us pay YouTuber. How do you justify this? I don't understand. Look, this is okay. You see, when I say there's a bleach, I said there was a bleach. They package it. Look at yellow skin. Look at yellow skin. Anybody welcome to this platform and talk nonsense, please make una block them. We are not ready. No negotiation, no retreat. No retreat. This is now a fight for all Nigerians to join. How do you justify this? I told you guys on this platform that Harrison went to that house and they removed the curtain. I told you guys the police went to that property. I told you guys. All of you police that are watching me now, I know every day when they here, when they watch, God don't expose una nyash. God don't expose una nyash. God don't expose una nyash. Make una release those girls for their family. Enough of nonsense. Enough of nonsense. See what Harrison presented as yellow skin, yellow pawpaw, and the body will find is light skin. I think that may be Celine. I think that may be Celine. The guy basically said it from his mouth. That may be Celine. He said, I think that may be Celine. Is a light skin. The same Harrison told the family, not me, told the family of Afiba to do autopsy on this nonsense they can't hear. The same Harrison told the family to do autopsy for this thing. Why do you think Harrison did not show it to Ona? Why do you think Harrison hid it from the whole nation? But Harrison stand on top of Andrew and called him big head and laughed. Ah, gosh. Andrew's spirit will not rest, though. Andrew's spirit, a very stubborn guy. His spirit will not rest. He will catch all of them. His spirit will not rest. He will catch all of them. All of them. Watch. Watch. Let's watch.
Nompeno aye dada do dwana
95.1.
Alila, can you interpret to our audience what the Ghanaian radio is saying now?
You can play whilst I interpret.
and you did that say nuane wo papa ne popo nompeno no
Nompena de da
Nompena de down.
Nompe.
And this said,
Gentleman is asking,
Mm.
he said, is that human parts they are seeing? Because to him, they look like sticks. He's asking, they look like dry sticks, you know, like the sticks.
It's a thing.
The lady that are those bones or they are stick, and the lady is saying they are bones.
Let's go.
guy no friend say memrano. Me say me catch say me doubt. Nti we anya de mema government a waste sika. Akwa saa de we aba. Say yembe ya autopsy ni DNA.
ewo Ghana
Ewo Nigeria. Ana meye krompo na me nya wo Nigeria. Ghana has say and I be maybe other country near be no because me nje obi andi.
So Francis said they received a call from Harrison that is their body. They should come and perform an okay. So he said he told Harrison that he had doubts about the body and that he will not let the government or the family waste their time to perform any form of autopsy on the body because they are having doubts. But even if they are going to accept the body, then they would expect that there will be an independent autopsy conducted, not even in Nigeria, but in Ghana, because they have doubts on the body, on the bones, whatever it was.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm just not well right now.
Nti we krompo no enya me sister na dead body. Then two, almost say omuhu dead bodies too. Into dead bodies too. Now after
Okay, say what did you mean number 2?
So Francis was saying also they told them that they had seen 2 dead bodies, but then it ended up being only 1. So if they said that there are 2 dead bodies, then where probably he's just questioning where is the other one if you said you have 3 dead bodies.
Harrison told me that there was 2 bodies in a bag. That lousy just Adotu told me that there was 2 bodies in a bag. That we should raise money for Harrison to go and pick the body. 2 bodies. Now we saw one skeleton in Andrew's curtain. And Harrison told us that the person that called him said the body has been there for 30 days. No leg, no head. No hand, no head. Harrison never told Una it was the skeleton. Harrison even called ambulance and they put wee, and they cover their nose. Does it look like anything is smelling there? No, they cover their nose like COVID-19. Does it look like anything is? The guy was basically holding them in his hand. He held 4 sticks in his 4 legs in his hand. The guy hold it. The guy hold it in his hand.
If the police were even available at that time, let's say if he had contacted Umuahia police at that time, they wouldn't require ambulance to move this. They have just put this in a plastic bag because basically this is just bones.
Oh, look. The guy is holding it. So this is, and they have gloves on, a white gloves on. Does that gloves look dirty now? No. He's holding it in his hand. And they have a mask on their nose. Nothing is smelling there. It's a dry bone. Hey, Jesus. Yeah, they're basically raising money on GoFundMe to buy gloves and do autopsy. And Harrison still have audacity to come outside and be on the social media to be talking. Nigeria. Una no get wahala with Tinubu. Tinubu is the best president in Nigeria. Nothing. I swear. How are you even justifying? How are you comparing? How are you even doing this? Look at the body. Harrison said it looked like Celine. It's light skin. At the same time, telling a FIBA family to go and do autopsy on it. Celine family say over their dead body, they are not taking this nonsense. Then they push it to Celine family, to Afiba's family. I told you guys before that the phone call that Afiba family received, that is allegedly from Ghanaian embassy, Harrison orchestrated it. Africa is a poor and very, very corrupt place. I have no issue to know even Ghanaian embassy staff in Abuja are corrupt. Because when some of them are going to do diplomatic, they are not going to represent you. They are coming there to chop, to look for opportunity. When Francis went to Abuja to see his own embassy, they tried to chase him away. So I am not surprised Harrison went to them and tell them, please call. This is some change for you guys. And they call. They try to pressure the family. It's like going to a Nigerian embassy in London. If you go to a Nigerian embassy in London, the staff that are there, they beg you for money. They basically beg for money. They are begging you for money. I am telling you, I am one of the people that normally protest at the embassy of Nigeria in the UK. They dare not beg me for money. They beg a lot of people money. The security are begging money. The staffs are begging money. Begging money, like trying to ask you to dash them money. Trying to fast track your paper for you against another person. Try to call you front against another person. Just like the way Nigeria work. It's happening today. It's happening. It's happening today as I'm talking to you now. Nigerian Embassy, London. So I'm not surprised the Ghanaian embassy in Nigeria has been compromised for them to have audacity to even make that phone call. I want to put a disclaimer out to anyone at the sound of my voice or anyone who may watch this video later. Harrison is a criminal. He's armed robber. He's a kidnapper. He is. Harrison whole organization is fraud. The whole of his movement is fraud. Take it from me now. It is highly and well documented, his behavior in the past. Currently, everyone can see it. Anyone that can go to this extent, anyone that can go to see this extent, somebody is telling me on YouTube that I have question to answer Rejoice, your name is Risad. I am now converting your name now to Risad. And you see this body where you see now. Because your brain no refuse to hear. I therefore tell you that before the end of this year, you remain na voucher go chop am. I don't send you this platform no be for play. You remain na voucher go chop am. Say amen or pass it to me. Me, I define who to blame. I say you remain. Your mother, you don't run. Your mother remain. Now what will chop am? You dey see fact presented. Your brain no gree open. You say I dey look for somebody to blame. No, I'm not looking for somebody. I have seen the person to blame. It is Harrison and the police officers and Blessing. If now you pie and they carry this skeleton to come and give your mama, how are you going to feel? If now your mama pie and they carry this kind of thing to come and give you, make you accept them as your mama, how would you feel? Why common say no common for on our side now anymore? Ganjawi, Malu, Ewu. Tomorrow you go say justice for Afiba. See justice now. See justice. I don't know.
Tumbe confirm say omangasa ombe just share miu na wo de miu na o
95.1
ahane de nompe na de da ho
nompe na de da guy no frame say me sika akwa ewo Nigeria and
say entumago
Has he collected money from us? I paid my own money. That he found 2 bodies in a bag. Where that useless Rejoice is that 2 bodies there? When the story now changed from 2 bodies to a skeleton, why not tell us and give us updates? Why? Why? All of you that are siding Harrison, you people are the same reason why Nigeria is what Nigeria is. This will happen to you. Mumu or there. You come on social media to come and defend nonsense, even when we are showing you evidence that did not come from me. It came from your hero. I did not. I wasn't there. It came from Harrison. Mumu. Ooh. Oh, Mr. Ben, you know too much. Stop talking. You know too much. You're an accomplice. You know too. Okay, I should know less. Should I know less? Ogamandate, go ahead.
Ben, good evening.
Good evening, sir.
First of all, let me thank you for your tenacity and, of course, your consistency. I mean, the way you were attacked at the initial stage, people like us, we thought maybe you're going to run away. But you have been so consistent that they're the one running away now. Ben, you may not really know much about me, but I'm an investigative journalist.
Thank you,
I
sir.
said something the other day in passing, and might be you didn't take cognizance of what I said. I told you that they could have killed Andrew in Akwa Ibom.
Yes, that
But
was the idea.
but because they failed, they didn't see anywhere because the state is secured. Now, all these back and forth issue, let me tell you the fact is they were looking for a reason to kill Andrew. They were looking for a reason to buy him. Reason being that I can tell you, Harrison knows where Afiba and Celine are.
Yes.
They could be kept somewhere. They could be kept somewhere for them to perpetrate their crime and evil. And their only concern was, how do we get this guy out? You know, and that was done. The other day I laughed when I saw with the situation that he was involved in, you still have the audacity to celebrate your birthday and flaunt a car gift that you got from the money you must have generated from this caret of missing bodies. Let me tell you something. He's looking, he's a young man, he's looking for Mercedes-Benz to drive. Because they felt they could not take that of Andrew because it was too late for them. They now decided to throw blocks on it, dismantle the glasses, and so on and so forth. So that one, he doesn't need that one anymore. He has been able to make so much money from the police, from the families of Celine and Afiba, and he has to look for his co-travelers to do a car gift for him. So that they very soon you see the so-called BO will go in comatose. Harrison will not be heard any longer because they have achieved their aim. Their aim is that somebody somewhere was looking for a technical way with which Andrew should be executed. The so-called letter from the police headquarters was fake. My uncle was a commissioner of police in the AFCT and also a Kopo Mopo. I was trained by the police. So I can tell you that there is no how an IGP can formulate that kind of nonsense called letter. It is just a supermarket letter so that they can use that. The Aba police station perhaps were a little bit lenient, but they were found culpable because of getting money from Andrew. Andrew himself knew that he was going to be killed. And so he was looking for an escape route, but that was too late for him. And that's why he was able to talk to you, send you the video chat, and so on and so forth. And absolutely, there's nothing you could have done because of your distance. And so Harrison should bury himself in a very big shame. It's sad that in Nigeria, somebody can do this for a living. It's sad. It's very sad. Sometimes I pity the way you spend your time, money, and energy to keep talking. They will not listen. They are zombies. And that's why we keep having poor leadership and we are suffering. And at the end of the day, let me tell you now, Tinubu might even contest for second term and still win because we don't learn. We don't learn. You hear protests, forget the protests. If they give them money now, there will be no protest. It's happening even in the NLC. So it's a terrible situation we have found ourselves. How can you direct and you have the F-1 to take camera to a decomposed animal? Could be one of these headers who lost Nama somewhere, and the cow died sometimes. They need to go pull down Andrew's cotton and throw some bleach on it and then make it look a little bit fanciful. And you can imagine somebody going to carry dead body wearing ordinary bathroom slippers or pampers. What is he wearing? You can't wear this. You will rather wear boots or something to cover your body. You don't do this.
Harrison was on a pure white with behind the back. Pure white.
Yes.
And then exactly what you're saying, Mandy. If you look at the skeleton that I'm currently showing, okay, do you see the wideness of it? That looks like a cow to me.
It's a cow.
It looks like an animal to me. It doesn't look like a human being. And then if you look at the bones are too long. They are just
look at the bone. Is that not fibula? That bone is not human being. It's not human being. You check that very well. If you get the video, we can do the analysis. And normally, if Harrison was to be very smart, he would have gone to the mortuary and get human body. Might be he did not have what it takes based on the arrangement. See, Ben, let me tell you that. Let me shock you. Let me shock you. The woman that Andrew was going out with will one day speak the truth. She's just afraid of her job. Some of the policemen will one day call you and speak the truth because the blood of Andrew will be looking for them. Because if he was tried and found guilty, might be to face execution, that would have been okay. But for you to get money from this guy, plan how to execute him, collect money from a politician who might have felt maybe blessing was going on with Andrew, and this guy need to be killed in order for him to have that freedom, to prove a point to blessing. Oh, I'm going to get this guy out, and I'll see what you're going to do. There's been a lot of argument back and forth. If you say that blessing does not know what's going on, it could be a lie. Harrison faked that so-called interview, brought the lady and was giving her what to say, and then shielded her. We couldn't see her. We didn't even know if it was Blessing that was being interviewed. So these are well orchestrated crime in order for him to get the money he was asked to get. He has done it severally. This is not the first time. But this one is so unlucky that somebody like he is involved. And they would have gotten it right if they did not accuse you in the first instance, because their flimsy mindset was that when you're accused, you will back off. But you refuse to back off. And now the whole show is opened. I don't know who is going to be talking nonsense about you this time around. I still see a lot of people writing nonsense because I don't know what they have in their head, if it is coconut or something. You have seen...
Coconut actually think better. Coconut actually reason better.
Because coconut has 360 properties. I think this kind of Ben, most times I pity you. I don't know. I pity you because you are just alone crying out loud. And I want to thank those sisters who has been backing you up. Otherwise, psychologically, you would have gone off. It's not easy. And you came out very strong and you said, this is my friend. You didn't say he's not my friend. You didn't deny him. And let me tell you, if they had anything against you, a long time ago, they would have displayed that on the board.
They would have shut me down. Down.
Seriously. They don't have anything against you. And you are now a thorn in their flesh because you are giving them woto. That is their biggest problem now. They brought the other man, I don't know, Lofofo, whether he lives in UK or not, I don't care. But that man does not investigate any nonsense. If he does, he wouldn't stand with Harrison. There's money sharing in this venture. There's a whole lot of things they're going to gain. You are the one losing. You've lost your friend. You've lost your money. You spend your money all the time.
I'm almost going mental debug.
Exactly. I watch it. It's now that your complexion is even coming back again. You were getting dark.
Somebody that knows me was like, Ben, what is going on with you? I could not sleep because I could not think of. I said, it's not just about my name. I'm like, is this a country? It remained little for me to drink bleach. Remain little if I didn't have the kind of mental capacity that God has given to me.
Yes.
I sat down one day and I wanted to give up. And I knew that day that the Spirit spoke to me, because I woke up and I was sitting in a kind of a compound, and there was a bus that parked in the compound, and I sat down like that. And then I just woke up and I saw a bright light. And that day I did 4-hour life. And when I finished, I was completely depressed. I couldn't drive to go to my place to sleep. I just slept here. And then
that was sad.
I called Falila. I said, Falila, I had a dream. I said, I'm not giving up. 2 days ago, I felt the same thing, but I couldn't sleep in the night. I could not sleep. It's like something is just gingering me. Get up, get up. Go do this thing. I'm like,
yes.
Why? Then I'll come live. Then I'll talk. Because I know the breakthrough is around the corner.
God is using you. Let me tell you, you might not be a pastor. You might not be a pastor. You might not own a church. But God is using you for a purpose. I strongly believe that with this commitment and constant display of facts, which a lot of people are so blind to see and understand, those girls, if it was a game in order to kill Andrew, one day all of them will confess. And it's also because you are in an organized society. If you were to be in Nigeria by now, you would have gone.
Oh, they would have fired me. They would
yes.
have done it. They would have done it any means necessary.
Yeah.
They would have done it. Even here, they are trying. But God that I know who I am like telling them. I met a couple of people. They will tell me like, people I know, they will tell me like, Ben, stop talking about Jesus. And then I look at them, then I'm like, if something happened to you, would you want me to say what I know about you or what I don't know about you? And their eyes always opening when I present the picture to them like this. I said, if anything happened to you now, do you want me to tell you what I know about you or just keep my mouth quiet when people are accusing you of eating children? Then they were looking like this. Hey, you know, Nigerian people. I said, you are in the UK. I don't operate with Nigerian people. One of them was even threatening me with like they can come and pie you. You shouldn't be coming out again because somebody can spike your drink. Somebody can do this. I look at the guy. I said, for you to be saying this, I'm scared to leave my drink on top of my table before you. He said,
exactly.
You are taking it personal. I said, look at what is coming out of your head. I have
but Ben, are you not worried? Are you not worried that this video is not coming from Harrison's speech?
No, I am worried. Yeah.
Now, this was a very secret video that they used in order to convince the Ghanaian embassy.
Yeah.
And then to onward movement to Afiba's family. So that, because if at all the family had made a mistake to claim this bone, this nama, this cow, that would have maybe shut down every aspect. So if this video was genuine, Harrison would have been the first to flaunt it on its page. But because it was a calculated attempt to get sympathy from the embassy and the family, and then case would have closed. But unknown to him, this video got to some people, these radio station. I heard them talking about it, but I couldn't really get the language. Now the video has turned back to you. Don't you see how God works?
God is working in a mysterious way.
Seriously. So even Harrison will be surprised that you have this video.
Foolish boy.
Let me use this opportunity to advise him. The Bible says that not everything in this life, they are vanity. If you're looking for money to buy Mercedes-Benz, it shouldn't be on human blood. If at all you're looking for money, vanity upon vanity, that car is a liability. You will still spend money to service it or repay it, as the case may be. If you wanted to drive a car, you would have gone apply for a job that some of us do. Work and do your savings, and then you would have gotten yourself a car. And you would be able to sleep every night with your eyes closed and your conscience clear. There's nothing you're going to have in this world. What profits a man is not what you have. It is your character that defines you. I was telling somebody this today in my office. I said, look at Joe Biden. It should be a clear lesson to African leaders. Who would have thought, you're holding on to power, but you resign, you step down. I said, because your health does not carry you. In Nigeria, Yaradua died in the hospital as a president. Even to hand over to his vice was difficult. And so, how can you do this? I mean, you play on the intelligence of the entire world. Cow body. Look at the bone, the skeleton alone.
It's obvious. Look at the whiteness. There is no way a human being is this wide after the meat has decomposed out. Look at it. It's so wide. How is it possible? Look at the legs. Okay, look at the one he's holding. It's almost over the guy's knee. So what part of bone of a human being is like this? They are fools.
Okay,
what part of the bone of a human being is this? And then the whole meat is out of it.
This is serious. This is serious. Ben, recall you said police told you it was self-kidnap.
Yes, police told Andrew it was self-kidnap.
Okay.
When I spoke to the police in Umaya, they said, yes, this is what they assumed. This is what their investigation came back to.
Self-kidnap. And Andrew told you that they left his house.
Andrew told me more than 10 times.
Where have you seen, even Evans, that was a kidnapper in Nigeria, did the police cut away his properties?
No.
They only demolished the house by way of Lagos state government because they thought it was human blood. But I'm told that Andrew was on a legitimate business.
Yes.
How can you go and cut away somebody's property whose house rent is yet to expire? How can you go and cut away somebody's property whose family perhaps are in Nigeria? Why did you not look for where he come from, where the parents are? Why did you do that? You would have rather allowed that property. Okay, is it that they could not interview the staffers of Andrew? Or is it that the police did not get hold or they did not ask Andrew where these girls are? The man that would have told you exactly where these girls are is the man you have killed. So how are you going to know where these girls are or where they have gone to or when they live there? Okay, you have the phones. You have the phones of this man. Did the girls not send back a message if actually they were in his house? So these are things that if you know, that's why I said Blessing has a lot to tell us. Because if they were using these girls to get Andrew, Blessing should be the one to confess to us that this is the game plan. And the politician behind, whether Darlington or whatever his name is, what is it that was between him and Andrew that he was looking for a way to use the police to shield his atrocity and get the man killed? Not in Abia State, not in Akwa Ibom, but somewhere in Benue. There's no how police will send it. That's why it's good for somebody to be knowledgeable. If he knew, if Andrew was on ground, he would have known that if IGP or police is looking for him, they would have taken the flight. If they missed the flight that day, they would have waited at the airport or the hotel and then get back to the plane and they fly to Abuja. There's no how IG or police, unless they were up to 20 people, that you now said, okay, we don't have much money in the police to pay, let them use a bus. And it wouldn't be that type of boss. And so
the police in Umuahia was not even aware that they came back. The IRT came back to the car park to sneak the car away. They came back with the suspect on the 22nd to come and take the car after sleeping in a hotel in Umuahia on the 21st night. So it's a crime that calls for attention of every sensible Nigerian to speak out, because I don't even know what kind of a nation that we operate in. It doesn't make any sense anymore. I don't even know whether sometimes I'm thinking, am I dreaming? Is this real? Is this real?
You know, Ben, sometimes I wonder, is it that the IG cannot call for this case? Or is it that it does not have a social media, or it doesn't have an Android phone to also watch and see what's going on and talking about Afiba and Celine? I mean, what's really going on? Is it that the PPRO of the police force does not see what's going on? Is it that the police cannot make a statement? So you know that they must have told one or two lies and said, oh, God, forget about that thing. Where happened? Oh, that man was this, that man was that. Maybe we not visit that case. You don't get anybody. We go talk about this thing. And then that's how the thing has gone. Or if the guy is a senator, we just look for some millions and settle that matter, and that is over. So all this one, you keep talking. The same way the guy, they wasting time after he go tire. Because now Nigeria, we did, my brother. And so that's why you see Harrison. Harrison is looking good now. He has bought himself a car from blood money. I am calling him out now. That is blood money.
It's a blood
so
money. Okay,
for him to,
there's something I always say on my platform.
Yeah.
And I've always make it very clear in two ways. Harrison, you told Nigerians you went to Andrew's house and you found cotton. I agree with you. You told Nigerians you found blood on the bed. I agree with you. You told Nigerians that this body was a body that was found, Harrison. I agree with you. But this is my prayer point for you right now. The car you got, if in any way have connection with this crime, Harrison, listen to me carefully. I repeat myself again. Everyone that listening to this will bear me witness that I drop this. Your lies has brought inconvenience to my life and to a lot of people's life. I don't know when you came into the case. I don't know what your mission is. Now, Harrison, if you have knowledge how Andrew Scotton left his house to this place, if you have knowledge how the blood you say you found left got there, Harrison, you accuse me that I am an organic harvester. That's what you say. You basically came out and make a post and told the world that Andrew worked in hand with me to harm people. Your videos that you produce about me, the content you post about me generated money for you. And you have earned benefit from it. And I repeat myself again, if you are aware of all of this conspiracy, that car that you got, dare not put your child on it. Because that car, I command the spirit of Andrew to hijack that car from you every time you're driving it, and that car will pie you. If you have knowledge about this, the universe will bear me witness about this. The universe will hear my voice and my cry. My name that you have damaged, the universe will echo that and rebounce it onto you sevenfold. If you have knowledge of all this, the only way that all these costs can be lifted from your head is that if you come out and admit your wrongdoing. If not, it doesn't matter how long, Harrison, you will be disgraced. Your disgrace will be worse than Andrew. Your disgrace will be worse than this cow. I tell you, God that knows my heart, that when I came out, I did not come out for profit. I came out because I felt something was wrong. And you called me a liar. You sponsor people. You will pay with your life if you don't confess. That's my own. You can say the same thing to me. Say, Ben, if Andrew ever send me a video of anybody pinching them, like pinching, I'm not even talking about slapping. May all the cost I have put on you now, may it bounce on me sevenfold. If I have knowledge of Afiba and Celine before the 21st, 22nd of May, may all these costs I place return back to me. If Andrew ever pie anybody that I know of and I hide it from the public, may all the costs I raise now come back to me. May your disgrace be worse than this disgrace that we're looking at on the TV. And everyone that accompany you to echo that destruction of myself, I also apply the same cost to them. The only way it can be cleansed is when you apologize. I saw a YouTuber yesterday that called me Killer Ben. He lives in Germany. I sent him a long message. He called me Killer Ben with my video on it. He said, rest in peace, Celine and Afiba. Killer Ben and this friend, a YouTuber.
Very sad. Very sad.
I take the screenshot of it and I wrote him a message. He basically called the video and put a wood on Andrew's nose and put the picture of me and call me Killer Ben. And that video has about 24,000 views. So he probably have earned money from it. And I told that man in Germany, if you know what you say about me, what you wrote about me is true, then what I wrote on that message will not affect you. If you don't know and you just decided to make profit out of my misery, everything I wrote on that text message will happen to you, whether you read it, whether you see it, whether you don't see it. Your terminal illness, no money in the world will cure it. Every money in your family will be spent on it and you will still go. And I'm ready to go. That's why I'm reading this to you. Because what these people have done to me, guys, you don't even understand. I was ashamed of myself in the community. I couldn't come out. I could not come out. All for speaking out. All for speaking out. More than 100 videos on YouTube. People calling me a murderer. People DMing me. Harrison took my WhatsApp number and shared it to the whole world. How much more? This is a man who did this thing. This is a man who did this thing. This is a man who packaged this thing and supervised it.
But Ben, I just told you, 1 minute. I told you something. I said that we're doing everything humanly possible to get you out of the picture.
I'm not going away.
But you see, I don't know the kind of spirit you have. Because at a point I was saying, is this guy human?
I'm not going
because
away.
The attack was becoming too much. Too much. You know, Harrison traveled to Benue. You think he was just doing human rights? He went and interviewed vigilante people. That was human rights. He brought those things in picture. You know, see, all this game that he was playing, some of us who understand all this, I was telling my police escort yesterday, I said, you guys need to sit up because the shame you are bringing to the force is something that in other climb, most of you will be just, I don't know, I don't want to use that word, but none of them would have been taken, or would be, none of them would be taken serious at all in their work, their effort to cop crime. How can the policemen wear ordinary plain clothes to go and execute a project? And that same police will follow you. And then you went and interview and get, you know, the police, they have their cartel, get the so-called vigilante arrested and detained. Heartless. The young man who returned from work.
Samuel Okoye, I give you one chance to leave my platform. Leave this platform. We don't need you here. I don't want to be distracted because if I open my mouth, you said Mr. Ben have turned this thing into content creation. You are not talking about your hero, Harrison, who picture a dead person on the floor.
Ben, don't waste your energy. That's one of them. That's one of them.
No, they are receiving, no, because I'm on my.
No, any sane person. No, Ben, let me tell you, save your energy. Any sane person in this world will not say all of that. That's their cartel. They are the beneficiaries of whatever money they must have taken from Andrew.
They will never spend.
It's a beneficiary. So don't waste your God-given energy on such people. They are shenanigans. Let me tell you, this thing they're doing and they want to feel they can get away with it is going to backfire very soon. And it has already backfired, only that it's in small trickles now, is in trickles. When the real game will come, somebody must have been cheated amongst them, and that person will speak. Wait and see. Some of them feel that some of the prayers you're praying, they are in vain. They are not in vain. No. It might take a while. It might take a while.
They don't know
because
they don't know.
You're praying from your heart of hearts.
From pain.
And so it's going to happen. It's definitely going to happen. And so they should not take it for granted. They should not feel that the job is done. How can you go and video dead cow and then give it to the family? You have conscience at all? Because Ben, I don't know if it is in UK, but in Nigeria, I've not seen this kind of bone before for human beings.
I don't understand.
I don't know.
And this is the reason why he hides this from us.
Yes.
This is the major reason why he hides it from his followers. This is the major reason why he hides it from his followers.
This is a disgrace.
He never showed them.
Disgrace to my country.
On his page right now, Andrew's body is still on his page. This is the reason why he hides it. Look at the bone. Look at the bone. This is what Harrison said. He looked.
He didn't post it because he was concerned, thinking about the family, but he was supposed to give details as to all the skeletons that we found there. It is not a human. But you came and you said, "Oh, the body even look yellow." In this case, how do you even identify this thing?
Will you know the complexion of somebody 1 month, 30 days? The complexion is gone. The person has decomposed. And why did he say 1 month? When did he take the time to know that this person died 1 month? How did he know 30 days? When you said somebody called it that they have seen a body somewhere, and how did those people, they know a day somebody died somewhere and they do not report to the police? Who will pass this road? Because this is just on the main road.
Right on the road.
Who will pass this road that they will not raise alarm? Who are these guys talking to? Are they talking to babies?
For 30 days, 30 days, 30 days, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, I mean.
And the person now know that there was no head and there was no hands. The person told him before he left Abuja. So the person has been going there for 30 days to look at the body and counting the date for 30 days.
And the family, Beno, the family of this Nama or cow, the family did not know who to call. They just called somebody from abroad. So you don't somebody from abroad that will call you and give you the information that a dead body is on the road or a dead cow is on the road. And all you could do was to go get bleach or chemical and pour it on you've been to Andrew's house, detach the window blind so that you can curry your mischief and get what you want. I mean, this is a simple thing. If police are not really involved in this matter, Andrew would have been picked up long ago. It's a cartel. It's a cartel.
Police were highly involved in this. The police that came to pick Andrew have one intention: buy this guy along the way, never let him get. I said, when I called the police on the 27th, the police asked me, "Is Andrew a Nigerian?" I'm like, I said, yes. Yeah.
Most people yesterday did not listen to that audio you played where Harrison was talking to the police officers when they were blatantly lying.
Yes, I'm going to play it now.
You have to play it.
I'm going to play
Please, yeah, sir, because I missed that one. I would love to listen to it.
I'm going to play it now again. Let me play it. I think that's all about the video, because this video is basically 2 minutes long. So I'm going to play that video. I'm going to play that voice where we have police on the phone and they were lying. They were lying.
AUX audio.
All right. Okay, I'm going to play it here.
Okay.
Let me find it on the. They don't know what we have. They don't know. They'll try. I've already reported them. I've already reported them to the British. I've already reported them to the police. I have already submitted myself that this is what I'm doing, and my life has been threatening. And they say they know. They take a record of it. Record of it. Nothing can happen to me. They know that one. Ndoshi.
Yes. You see that doesn't have that members. Giving me.
This is the voice. The voice you are hearing now is the police officers, the IRS that came. Somebody said there's no audio on TikTok. Is there no audio on TikTok, guys? It might be your device. I think I have audio. No sound. No sound on TikTok. Why? Hold on, please. Can you guys hear me on TikTok? Fadila, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Nah, no sound. What's going on here? We don't normally have a problem with TikTok sound though, so I don't know why. Okay. Okay, can you guys hear me? Okay, I think my iPod picked up the sound, so we just have to put it up. Let me turn the Bluetooth of that one off. Okay. All right, you guys can hear me now. So I'm going to play this. Okay. All right. Okay. Now, this what's it called? That the one I come off for Abba.
Yes.
Omwaya.
Yes.
Did you guys move straight to Abuja? I know. See, there are some evidence coming up now, which they are sending to me, and which not be too okay. Una enter with you.
Yes, who you? Do you know who go? We slept as a teacher on 21.
Yes.
As a teacher on 21.
Yes.
We should, because I have something they know already before they call.
Yes.
So rush down.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
So I think we go to suspect for now because of the vehicle back to you.
Okay.
It's very good because of the bad food.
Okay.
So now every morning, but now it was said that so one to two. So we cannot book hotel again. We have slept at the good response. Who's the police station Italia? The way you slept here.
Okay, now, on a sleep for hotel, I'm to sleep for hotel. He slept inside the station. Now, there's a hotel. You see the amount of lie that is blazing out of his mouth.
Yeah.
The amount of lie that is blazing out of his mouth is disgusting. Because when they left Umahia, they came to Andrew's house. I know you guys are watching. My cop don't fool. You officers, my cop don't fool. When they left Umahia, they came to Aba. They went to Andrew's house, picked his things, and then they went and checked in a hotel on the 21st. They stayed there overnight. In the morning, they went back to Umahia, pick Andrew's car, and then they proceed to Uyo. Initially, when I asked them if Andrew drive his car, they say no, he didn't drive his car. I said, what are you talking about? He was driving his car. Does he have his car? No. He was in a bus in Homer. He was in Homer. He was in this. He was in that. I'm like, oh God, don't lie to me. I will play that recording as well. It's 54 minutes long. I said, oh God, don't lie to me. Now, this is me after I told Harrison. Harrison now knew Ben have all the facts. Harrison called me. We are talking. I said, Harrison, put that officer on the phone. I want to listen to what he will tell you. And this officer know Harrison may be recording him also. The question Harrison is asking, he immediately knew somebody might be listening. So the officer was being defensive.
Yes.
Hotel receptionist. Somebody that works in that hotel. Told you that you guys drove into the hotel in New York. And he saw you guys that day. You understand? Okay. And Andrew was driving his car. The man drove his car. Like you feel like the normal escort, not even escort the man come for the place. Oh, you? Yes, for you, yes. Then you guys booked a room and you guys entered. He's going to tell me, they're going to tell me the record of this information. But I think it's no, that
see, you see how he jumped that Andrew paid. You understand?
Yeah.
That they're in the hotel. He's now asking is that person saying Andrew paid for the hotel room? That's not the question I am trying to get. I'm trying to make him to admit he's in a hotel. Just
we guys paid the room which Andrew entered.
No, this is so gross. I don't hide anything for a person on the boss.
I cannot hide anything from you because you don't help us. That's what he told her.
Okay, you see, that's why I told you they should have been. You see, they call the accomplice, whereas Ben is the accomplice. I mean, Harrison is the accomplice. Harrison has been helping these guys to execute. Not even these projects. Ben, in Nigeria, who tell me a human rights activist that would have been so free with the police if they are not working together?
I say an officer told me that even if Harrison come, them they are afraid of Harrison because Harrison have the connection of the baddest officers. Yes, that's what he told me. Look what he said now. He said, you are the one helping us. You hear more. He said he was in somewhere else. In the beginning of this video, he did not say he was in New York. He was in Akwa Ibom somewhere. He was doing assignment there when they asked him to come and pick Andrew, a suspect, up in Umuahia. Now,
and that's clear. Which means they didn't come from Abuja.
No, they didn't come from Abuja. These are the criminals that operate in that area.
Yes.
These are the gangs of former Abakari boys that operate in that area. And then he said he came from his own Akwa Ibom side to come over. He said he came from somewhere. And he said then he's now saying now that he was in a hotel. Then we went back to the hotel.
That is when we went to so pick him up. When we come back, we couldn't come back to the hotel again. We slept at the police station.
You see, all this why I eliminate some of the information I don't give to these people. So for them now, they thought I'm not aware that they were in Aba. So he just jumped that they went to Uyo and then they slept in the police station inside the car.
I was slept at the police station. Then we went to the station and pick up the document.
Jesus.
So the case right now we share and over to us. That is what take us to back to Abia State.
Let me say something over there. So they went back to Umuahia to pick case file. Wait, you could have left the suspect in custody with the case file and pick it up and pick the suspect in the morning of the 22nd with the case file and drive straight to Abuja.
Okay.
Why would you go and sleep in the car with the suspect in another city and come back again to pick case file? Oga police.
He's still lying. He's still lying. Like he said, then they went back to pick a case file. I told you guys they went back to pick a car. Picking the car from Umuahia police station was the case file because the case file was handed over to them when they released them.
Oh Jesus!
This is crazy. This is crazy. You hear him talking. I have.
And do not drive the car.
No, the car. It's one of my comrades that. So when he drive the car, they can't develop the problem in school. And they are coming to that school that the lawyer man do now.
Okay. Because yes, no problem. That's okay. Because you know what I'm asking, because these people now they are bringing out this information. You know, the way they're giving information about the whereabouts of the girl, that's why they're giving this information now. So I wouldn't want suspicion. Yes, like they are giving information about the girls and everything, you understand? So no, the missing girl.
You said the one that died. You hear the officer, he said, oh, which of the girls? The one that died. Are you listening to me? So if you analyze this matter now, Harrison is the laundryman here. Harrison is the cleaner here. And I told him you are the cleaner here.
Ben, did you hear what he said? He said the one that bring information about the girl.
Hold on.
Who brought the information about the girl? Please go.
Harrison is telling the man, because I was on the phone with Harrison and I've already told Harrison, everything the police is telling you and everything you are telling the public is lies. Okay, I said this happened, this happened, this happened.
Okay.
So Harrison put them on the phone and Harrison is pretending to him now that, listen, I am getting information. He's getting information from a reliable source now of you guys' activities, confronting him now to admit to me, because that's how I coach Harrison. I said, Harrison, tell the man that so thing, and you hear what the man will say. And I was on the phone with Harrison, and I told him, call the officer. So Harrison is telling the man now, he's not calling my name. He said, the people are giving me information. And the man said, is it about the girl that died? About the body? He's talking about the body now. Watch.
Now, I mean, they're giving me information about them, where they are or anything. Dead body will find. We are very ascertained that if she's one of them, you understand? So
the dead body was found. We have not yet ascertained it. When Harrison presented this body mandate, when he presented the body, I came online, I disputed it immediately. Yeah. I did not even give it. I did not give it 5 hours. I said that's fake. I said that is fake. I was shouting. I said that's
in journalism, there's what we call fact display.
Yes.
He was doing a tactile communication because he's now giving the man a clue. In fact, from the way he was talking, he was letting that man know that maybe some other person is listening.
Yes.
You understand?
That's exactly what he's doing.
Yes.
That's exactly what he was doing. And
so might be the police would have told a lot, would have said a lot, if not for the way he was, just like the way he interviewed Blessing, if that was Blessing anyways. So the way he's asking...
Tell him to come to Abuja by himself, so they will talk to him face to face. You will see here. Let's go.
No, I said, the way they are giving information about the whereabouts of those girls, the same way people are calling, people who saw people are calling me, you understand? So that Uyo Waka, where on our waka, people saw people in that Uyo, you understand? and they are the one sending information now to me that you guys were in New York. Because you know, before you didn't tell me that you guys were in New York. No, when you guys pick Andrew from Omaya, you guys not tell me so now enter, you know, so now drive straight. So,
you see, the man was getting close to admitting they were in a hotel. Now he changed 100% now. He changed it because of the clue from Harrison's voice. Don't forget, these guys are trained officers. They are actually trained. And some of them have been to a lot of conferences and intelligent gathering information. They know immediately. Conversation can't just arise from anywhere. Something is happening here. Let me guide everything I'm saying from my mouth now.
Yes.
There may be a third party here now. Somebody may be listening to me. And then he said, we didn't sleep in a hotel. We went. Then he changed it completely. But listen.
Was complaining that cannot pay his rent. Our own boss.
Okay.
So we'll have to see Anna. We need to pick up here. The Sienna is all we are using for patrol here for you to pick the Sienna to Abuja. We have been another kidnapping case here before, which they cannot just in December.
Okay, so this last one.
Yes.
You see, the guy was trying to talk about the other kidnapping case they are doing. Harrison quickly cut in. Said this last one. I was interested to hear about that kidnapping case, but Harrison cut in.
Collect money from Andrew. Athens. I hear you. Yes. Yes.
Did you hear that? He said if they collect money from Andrew, they would have said it. They didn't collect money from Andrew. Then he said, "Now problem they come through. Now problem they come through. Now you they help me." Are you listening, guys? He said, "Now problem they come so. Now you they help me. Now me be accomplished to. When I hear them, you guys will learn."
Okay.
It's not one of them because they collect money, they still collect 80 million, they collect 3 million. 280 person will figure out again.
Not be bad. No, that 80 million above now one way to for one year. They transfer and give somebody. We one woman let us and give say now for in funeral. Yeah. So but that one for in we transfer for in funeral. But your guy don't bet see. Maybe you maybe not know your guy dey me another talk. You don't tell me say I beg anything why I find out. Make I try to hold up myself so that later we will not go take it come up. We will not go take try to figure out. You know, all this fine kind of phone call not they make sense. You know, I'm going for WhatsApp. So that's I tell you because this Abuja where they come now too. Now, not this case not come off from handle. They want, this case now they won't do interview now. They will come go back do investigation again, and they would like to hear from me. So anything you tell me now, waiting. I want make I know so that I don't want to come tomorrow night. I can begin they speak a different one on you. So that if the one I know, you know, say your doctor, you go tell them the truth, wait till they worry you. Also your lawyer, I'm like you post lawyer now. So
you hear that? He's there, he's the lawyer now to them. You tell your doctor, what will be your problem?
And Mr. Benny, before you say that, you remember there was this time that he said that they called him the comrade.
Yes.
Taking you back, he said that the boss called him a comrade.
He said SP Moses called him comrade.
And this time, he said, "No, I'm not acting as the lawyer for you." And look how the police officer was laughing with confidence.
He's now acting as a lawyer for them, as cow body arranger.
This is serious.
Yes, I want to finish. There's more. Yeah.
I don't criticize police well. So police people they fear me before, but now the police people that call me say, okay, let me come. The people family call me say, make I enter the matter. I enter them. So
why do you think Harrison bring this one up? I don't the fight. These are the police he was traveling with everywhere. These are the same officer he traveled with to go and identify body. So why is he bringing it? You know me that I normally fight the police. Why is he bringing this one in? He want to impress me on the phone, but he don't
what he's trying to do is to prove to you he's innocent.
Yes.
And the guy at the back end was just phoning up. I just told you, the police speaking understands that somebody else was listening.
Yes.
Because if he was interviewing the police with a free mind, he would have first of all asked, before Andrew was quiet, did he tell you guys where those girls were or are? When you guys went to Uyo, what did he say about the girls? This matter wasn't even for the girls any longer, because maybe the girls were in safe hands. And that's why when they talked to you as a neutral person, they told you that it was self-kidnap.
Yes.
And tomorrow you see them coming, maybe they will parade the girls as those who kidnap themselves. So these are well orchestrated stuff to get Andrew out of the system. So I don't know what was involved. I don't know if he was into any financial issue with anybody.
We're gonna go further than that. We're gonna go and play it completely.
Time is now. If I don't want to make I go talk with you ahead. So I beg you, if you get what you this matter, if now for you to see me physically, you discuss them to know how we take two heads together. So that so those people don't do that thing, but that people know now. They talk those on the deny say they don't even know about this whole stuff now. That one another back go begin to find people wake the man now.
That one really like it now. Don't tell us you don't promise to say first very short skin and short hand. But I know the person. Say he know the person. The person carry that down for it. When you short this, it
no Allah. No problem.
If you come, say go physically, don't call it.
Okay, that's fine. All right, no Allah. Israel, no, tomorrow we will get meeting with the IG.
But say I'm coming today now.
No, I come tomorrow. Tomorrow evening. Not they come. Tomorrow morning they come. Tomorrow morning.
Okay, you will first come to the office before you go around it.
Yes, I'll be in the office. Yes.
You see, you guys hear him now when Harrison said, I will come tomorrow morning to the office. When we went on Daddy Freeze, Harrison told Daddy Freeze that it was me that informed the police that he was going to come there. So he said, I set him up with the police. He said that's why he set out his location, because it was me that informed the police he was going to come to Abuja. Harrison agreed with me, then I am going to see them and I'm going to wire myself so I can give you information. Then Harrison came live and said, Ben, why did you tell the police I was coming? What about if they would have catch me that I wire myself? You wanted to put me in harm where I'm like, I didn't talk to the police. You were the one that told them yesterday that you are coming to Abuja. So why are you turning things around? Why? At that point, I already spoke to their police boss who was litigating why I must not release information. I was asking them about the money. I was questioning the death of Andrew. I was questioning the whereabouts of the girls. I was questioning everything for 54 minutes. The man was going left, right, and I'm talking about the Aoga. So the guy knows that I know my game. And the man will ask me again, are you recording me? I said, no, I'm not recording. It's off record. It's off record. It's off record. That is when he admitted to me that they collected money and told me that Harrison will hand over the money. I said, no, I don't want Harrison to hand over the money. I want the POS person He said Harrison provided the POS person. Harrison know the POS person.
Confirm this because I saw that message myself.
Yes.
With my color eyes. So
Harrison is the POS man. And I was not surprised when Harrison came on live in the evening and carried cash in his hand and started to do 1, 2, 3, and they gave me this one for Richard card. I'm like, you are such a fool. You are such a fool. And his follower like, you're welcome, our hero, Harrison. God bless you. You are better than any man. You are our president. Contest for Senate.
Ben, here in Nigeria, I don't know of any place, but where I've not seen any POS person that will have up to $1 million naira, to give you instantly. It is quite impossible for a POS person to give you that amount, that volume of money instantly at a go, unless and you cannot withdraw. You cannot withdraw if it is a corporate account in Nigeria. You cannot withdraw more than 500,000 naira, or if you have connection in the bank, you can get $1 million naira. More or less here in Nigeria, a lot of transaction is e-transaction. And so for that money, that volume of money, 1.5 million to be in cash, we need to ask a lot of questions. I stand to be corrected, but that's the fact. I have not seen any POS person. Sometimes even if you need 100,000, is sometimes very difficult for them to get the cash for you. They will tell you, okay, collect this one. Later in the evening, you come for 50, get 50. But for a POS person to have 1.5 million or more or less, I mean, Ben, that story no get solved.
So is it not ironic that Nigerian police travel, pick a suspect, collect money on a bank transfer, and 1 year boy go collect cash? That suspect was murdered along the road. Then you went to collect cash and come and pray. Are we in Banana Republic, Nigerians? Are we? Is this real? Are we real? Thank you. Are we real? Is it? I'm thinking, is this normal? Like, are we for real? No, I'm thinking, I'm asking myself. So the police have not committed anything now. So you collect the cash, that's okay. That is amazing. I don't get this thing. I don't get this thing. I don't get it. May God keep on blinding Harrison followers so that they can lead them to their early demise. Because I don't understand. How do you not open your head and say, hold on, no? Does this make any sense? This does not add up.
Very sad. Very, very sad.
It doesn't add up. Like, Jesus. He came with cash. And the cash was not even complete. Then they dash him money to buy the recharge card. Police dash you 50,000 to buy the recharge card. Why the money?
If police dash you money, now be say maybe they don't see Jesus. Police dash you that kind of money, 50,000. Something is wrong.
Oh, go ahead, Pat. Go ahead.
Mr. Ben. There is one question I want to ask you.
Ask me, please.
The police officer,
What happened?
This event, how was he sounding? How was he sounding?
Zero.
I'm beginning to see from this interview, I am beginning to see a different I'm beginning to on what I said yesterday. This whole case was Harrison's case. Harrison brought the police people. See this policeman that was speaking, he said, this is a problem. This is a problem coming. To say you are to us, it's going to cause us problem. And you said, what if I lose my uniform?
Yes.
Because of this.
I have it.
Okay. That is today. If you listen to this interview, we are taking to let the man understand somebody on the side.
Mm-hmm.
That person needs a deliverance. Any human being that listens to this interview and did not understand that Harrison was given a legion question to get to open up, that person needs deliverance. Probably they need to go buy water from Pastor Motor for whoever. Because the legion question, because the officer was in the position to open up, it was between him and his business partner.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Was going to implicate him more, throwing him a little question to make him understand here. You told me this. The same question he was asking.
Blessing. Yes.
So you question. You know that. We already know that. If you know that, why are you asking the person question? So here, what these people. But you were surprised why you call this police officer to tell this police officer which you're supposed to protect everybody. See that if somebody this was why they connected this police officer.
Yes.
But this police officer was not to get truth. It was you did a job for me. This job was supposed to be between you and I, but come get to know. Somebody get to know about what you people did. Now, everything is asking him question. Somebody get to know who slept in your hotel. Somebody to know. This is the question. This is what Harrison was trying to make police officer know that you licked your side.
Because from my own intelligent gathering, Harrison was literally. Oh, let me mute you because I think I'm echoing out on your TV. Harrison was making phone call to this officer from the very day Andy was picked up, all the way to when Andy was spied. Harrison was in a constant communication with them. Harrison sent Marvelous to Umahia to go and identify Andrew. On that morning of the 21st, Harrison said Marvelous was in Umahia before because they were not treating Andrew well. No, Marvelous was in Umahia on the 21st morning and saw Andrew. When Andrew was spying in Benue, Marvelous had to come and do identification. And he said, Marvelous, take your mask off your face. You see how God catch people. He said, is this the man you saw in Umahia? He said, yes, with his big head, the bastard. What was the business of Harrison sending Marvelous to go and identify Andrew for? To make sure the IRT team pick the right person. Pat.
Yeah.
To make sure. Can you mute the TV? That they are picking the right person. Harrison, your phone call is available. Who you call, who you talk to, be careful with me. Be careful with me.
Again, the police officer said so many things in between in this interview. All these things they are all red flags. So you know, when the police officer want to go open, Harrison will suppress him. Now, police officer said, "Is it the girl that died?" Don't try to assume that it was the body. No. No. Which means there is a girl that died. That's Harrison. No. Now this is a message to Harrison followers.
Because that's the question he asked. It's like a confirmation of something. Is it the girl that died?
Is it the girl that died? Which means Harrison knew a girl that died. Harrison knew a girl that died. Which the police also know. Now, for the Harrison followers, could you people please ask Harrison which girl died? We are looking for Akiba and Salim, and the police is asking Harrison, is it the girl that died? Could it be that Harrison knows the girl that died? Harrison is not telling us. Who is this girl that died? This is the question you should be asking Harrison. Because the girl that died and the body, they are, from this context, they are two different things. Remember, when the officer finished talking about asking that question, they still go ahead before getting to body. So this girl that is is a complete
different ball game. Yeah.
You need to tell the people which girl that died. Because we are looking for girls. Which of them, which girl that died? That's one. Number two, about transfer of money. See, the police kind of opened up about transfer of money. 80 million, the other amount. Harrison is trying now to tell the police officer what that money was meant for and who the money was transferred to. I don't believe Harrison. Which means Harrison knows about money that was transferred.
He knows, yeah.
So this money that was transferred, how did he get to know? Who told him? There is a lot of things because the police officer caught so many things in pieces. Harrison did not want him to go because when somebody is talking to somebody that already knows something. So is it about the girl that died? So the police officer needed not to say so much because Harrison knew. The same way about the money and so many other pointers that is in this interview. This interview alone tells Harrison's involvement.
Very glaring.
This tells all Harrison's involvement and what Harrison stands for. He was just there to clean up.
He's a laundry man.
Okay.
Thank you. Go ahead, my sister Bonaji. Go. Can you hear me on TikTok?
I think she left.
No, she's here.
I'm not sure she's ready.
Okay, if she's not ready, somebody else can talk now. This is wonderful. We are doing.
Mr. Ben.
Yes.
I will still repeat what I said yesterday. Okay. And this is for Harrison's followers that are here. I know you guys are here with your fake accounts that you are spamming the comment section. I will repeat this again. If Harrison was brought into this case by the families, that is what we know. Therefore, the interest of Harrison in this case should be the girls. Okay? So after these calls and after Andrew was fired because of this case that he has been mandated by the families to look for their child or their girls for them. His priority was not to identify Andrew. His priority was not to go and move Andrew's property. His priority was not to go there and go and be searching for what's in Andrew's house. His priority was to question the police at that time. Oh my God, the families asked me to look for their daughters for them. You guys, what happened? Call them by their name. Question them. You have been doing, you claim you've been doing this for a long time. You have connections, you were tagging governors, you were tagging some people that you know. That is when your human rights citizen should be activated, because the main person that will tell you where those girls have been fired whilst on their way to take that person to go and answer question you claim in Abuja. So at that point, the question was even asking the police force was actually getting me angry. The way he was speaking to the guy was getting me pissed, because he didn't look like somebody that was serious. That was seeing gravity in what had happened. You should be more interested in the girl. But all of a sudden, the focus was more shifted. It was no more about the girls anymore. Now, you want to see the body. Let's say you want to see those skeleton bones. They presented it to you. As a human rights activist, you call the families. The family said, we don't think that is our body. We don't want to accept it. You stand for the family and say, okay, the family said they have questions about the body. They want an independent autopsy, if possible. Let the female family can bring somebody, a doctor from Ghana, to take a sample. Let them go run a DNA in Ghana with some of our people's clothes. That is what a human rights activist should do. Your duty in this whole case was to serve these families and look for their loved ones. But what were you doing? You have already fingered yourself in this issue. You have already corrupted yourself. You have already compromised yourself. And now you are refusing to talk to the families because you have nothing to tell them. Because you know you have treated these families.
Sure.
How do you sleep at night, Mr. Harrison? I said you should bow down your head in shame.
Okay. But let me follow the route of my sister there.
Yes.
You see, this thing is like I don't know. I don't want to look at it as magic, because Ben, if Harrison was actually going for the girls, he would have. Every opportunity wouldn't have been on Ben. Every opportunity would have been on the girls, which means he knew where the girls are or where they were, because their concern was how to get Andrew. I keep saying it, how to get Andrew off the way. Let me shock you, Ben. But for the fact that Harrison could not befriend you and get the required consent, and perhaps for you to play along, they now send Sabio to you. Sabio also tried to befriend you, and you were adamant because they were not telling you anything reasonable. If you listen to them, red flag 1, red flag 2, and all the dirty grammar of wickedness, because I don't see that as an investigation. if you're investigating matter, why are you saying that Fiba and Selena has been found? That's what I see most times on their show. They could not befriend Ben. So Ben was a problem. So how do we get this Ben off our way so that we can clean up this business and go our different ways? And there's one lady that normally run live from the UK. I've forgotten her name.
Mama of five.
Yes. She talks carelessly. She talks carelessly. And she talks as though she was there at a bar or Moya or Port Harcourt.
I'm looking at her. I'm like, what are you talking about? I don't know.
I don't know if she should be watching this thing. Let some of us who are not even involved from day one teach her how to investigate. You don't take what anybody is telling you when it comes to issue of crime. Because even your child can commit crime and clean mouth. You wouldn't understand. I listened to Harrison speaking with the police. He didn't even ask the police about the girls. Okay, well, did anybody ask the police, what have you find out? Has Harrison gone back to the IG of police and said, your men, they haven't, the people that IG sent, because IG's office is like a governor. The governor will ask you, go and do this project. If he does not have the time to go and inspect that project, you can just go with the money. So if at all this case has gone to the IG's desk and perhaps to the Deputy Inspector General, the DIGP, those guys he sent to go and investigate this matter, it is what they will tell them that they will take it. That's why they have not made any statement. They don't make any statement about it.
But the DIG should know that that office is occupying is temporary.
Yes, the DIGP rely on people he has sent out to Omoya. Those guys at Omoya has also compromised. Then this thing, you are looking at it, this thing, money is involved. I keep telling you. Yes. Because maybe Andrew did not tell you who he transferred money to.
No, Andrew did not tell me.
He has transferred 80, I've heard 80 million.
80 million. The police told me 80 to 100 million. Their boss, SP Moses, told me 80 to 100 million. And
so who did he transfer this money to? So much money has exchanged hands. And so everybody don't chop clean mouth. And I can tell you for sure, like I said before, don't forget at the beginning of this live, I told you that the Mercedes-Benz that was presented, those who look at the person that came to present Mercedes-Benz, the man looking at the person, she cannot buy a bicycle. If you want to give somebody a Mercedes-Benz, you will work hard with the person. The person will come to your office. It is your guy that will present the keys. This will just make up because you didn't want to go, you don't want to drive a car and somebody will ask him, where did you get the car from? So he wants to make a public announcement because if it was his personal money, he would have gotten that car quietly without making a noise. But this one, he knows that several questions will be asked. So he needed to do that public presentation by the so-called NGO.
Just imagine NGO that is on GoFundMe begging for money.
You can see all these gimmicks going on, and they feel that everybody is as daft as they are. How can you just, you are handling a case of murder or a case of murder, kidnapped, and missing girls, whatever way you want to prove it, but somebody is dead. So, and at the same time, you are doing a public presentation of a vehicle.
Let me tell you something, sir. I think Harrison is delusional and mentally incapable.
I think so.
Yeah, his mental health is deteriorating, and then he's doing all this show of this bravado to cover the bigger problem. I take my time to look at the guy yesterday and I look at him, and my spirit I know that some of
he was unstable.
Yeah, the guy is unstable. He's not settled because this is not the first time he's doing this. The same particular vehicle he received, it has happened in the previously. I arranged one woman to give him a car. while he was crying to beg money. Then somebody finally gave him a car of 25 million. That is there where people are accusing him that he collect money from his town people and his community and his friend to set up a business which this guy spent on himself. That has happened before. Then when you look at Harrison coming out and say he has a kidney problem and he was crying and his friends have to come and bust it, then you can see this guy is not well. This guy is constantly...
He has a track record of criminality.
Yes. So he's constantly trying to validate himself by proving to people, I am like this, I want to be this. Because
he shows traces of a narcissist.
Yes.
You know, narcissist traits, that's what Harrison shows.
A very dumb one. Because some narcissists are very smart. Yeah. His one is a very dumb one because the decision he make no sense. How you come out, you attended your friend's birthday, child birthday, they saw you were eating, everything was fine. Suddenly you are lying down in a room crying, my kidney, and they ask you, how did you know you had a kidney problem? And then the friends went on social media and say he's lying. And that time he's paid money. People started sending money to him. Then when they finally caught him, he came out and cried. Okay. Then the same guy, after the election, after he's have already sold out in Delta State for the House of Rep member he want to go for in that state, sold out and got money. He came out and started crying on the TV. I'm in debt of 100 million. Please help me. After the election. So this guy is not well. And I'm telling you, and it's so painful that this guy actually have people following him. Like people that have children. You know, you have children that you are raising that depend on your knowledge and your ability to live. So you're following Harrison. I don't know what you're giving to your kids because it doesn't make any sense. It takes me like 48 hours to discover who Harrison is. Basically 48 hours. 48 hours. He's on the phone with me. I'm looking at him on the TV. Yes, he went to his village and defrauded men. Defraud everybody.
But Ben, where have you heard in an investigation that those who are investigating are offering to pay YouTubers money? Instead of asking the general public if you have any information where Celine and Afiba is, please, we will pay you 10, 20 million. Let us have the information. Nobody did that. Yet you're paying YouTubers to carry the fake information.
To carry your news.
Yeah, to carry the news, the information, the red flag 1, red flag 2. You know, you see, you can only talk to, I don't know, those who don't have head to listen and believe what they're saying. I've watched all of them. I realize that they are just one goal. Where do you even get the 2 million to pay? Where is the money from? That is Andrew's money.
Mr. Potato, somebody donate it. We have 2 million. And I don't know. I think God of Andrew is catching them because you could have done this in secret.
No, you have prayed. Let me tell you, the prayer of a broken-hearted, maybe you don't know what you're doing. Your prayer is too strong, too powerful. Even myself, I had a fear because when this prayer begin to catch fire, I don't know where they go do. Because the prayer you're praying from a broken heart, you are so broken that when you pray, one can see. If you have the conviction or the unction of the Holy Spirit, you can see the genuineness of your prayers. Ben, if you were fake, you would have fizzled out long ago. These people should know this by now. You would have gone long ago. Okay, wait a minute.
I know
yes.
For more than 24 hours.
You would not even come out. Let me tell you, let me shock you. The first day I believe it was when you appeared on Daddy Freeze and you said, this guy has been my friend for over 10 years. You could not deny him despite the accusation of what he was doing or what he wasn't doing.
His family cannot come out. The family of Andrew, they are not.
Okay.
And I said it again today. Have me as a friend. You know you have a truth as a friend.
That's why I ask you to come down to my state and get an award, and we're soon going to celebrate you.
I will.
Yes, seriously. I'll tell my boss, because when I see the genuineness in you, you should be a testament to Nigerians who are still dubious to learn from. People should be able to learn from you. Let me tell you, that's what you have done is not common. Oh.
Zero, sir. People
see, I am an ambassador. I am an ambassador. Let me tell you what you have done. You need a national recognition award, because forget that you're treating a case with a few guys who perhaps their senses are so imbalanced. If you were to be viewed, which I believe a lot of people are viewing you and are looking up to you, despite all the condemnation they have put across board, you are a lesson to be learned. You will need your type. We need your kind in this world, in this country, Nigeria, because you are so sincere and so real. For you to have accepted to be a friend of a man that a lot of people have condemned shows that when Jesus Christ was on the cross, the other thief condemned him, but the other one said, please, since you're the child of God, when you go, I would love to follow you. And Jesus Christ said, you'll be with me in paradise. For you to stand with Andrews, even in death and rejection and deprivation, you will see what God is going to do in your life. Just wait for it, just a little time. And those who are happy today with his money that they have stolen and killed him along, you will see the repercussion tomorrow. That's why most times I said, I feel like holding your mouth. Don't pray, please don't pray, because these guys are going to suffer. My brother.
Thank you. I really appreciate you, because listen, the word of encouragement, but nothing would have been possible without many of you guys that listen to me. And this is my prayer again. The day the enemy will rise against you, may they never take your voice away. Your voice is worth more than money. Your voice is worth more than gold. And I keep saying it. If these people would have dumped me inside the water, inside that well, and I don't have a platform, I don't have a news web. Why did I even have this news website? I'm asking myself. It's for a day like this. And I have staff in Nigeria, and I'm still paying them. I have staff, and I will beg people. And I'll still pay them small money. I say, please, write good news. Don't write bad news. Don't write lies. Don't follow crowd. Write fair news. Yesterday, I came outside, and I felt compelled to come outside because I have already started hearing that Labour Party senators are planning on decamping. And I said, we voted for Labour Party. We voted for Peter Obi because I supported him during the election. I said, I wish Peter Obi can actually be a leader and begin to galvanize the few senators we have in the Senate to talk for the nation, to get the agenda of Peter Obi. Peter Obi cannot go to the Senate, but those people that were elected under Peter Obi, under Labour Party, under the influence of Peter Obi, are in the Senate, but since they entered there, nobody heard about their name. They're quiet. One of them has
you're in Nigeria. You know what we call infection.
Yes.
When you are in the Senate, you'll be infected by the bad blood. Because if you want to be different, you'll be extinguished. Mark the word, underline it, extinguished. That Senate in Nigeria is a cult. Look at what happened to Aline Dume, trying to speak out, an innocent man, and it was extinguished.
An APC man.
So, in fact, it's even lucky he would have been suspended. But God stood by him because he was the one campaigning for the Senate president. So he had some leniency. The arrangement was for him to be suspended. So when you see those Labour guys behaving the way they did, it is because they don't have their contemporaries. Whatever Peter Obi must have told them, finish at the gate of the National Assembly. They don't take it in. If they take it in, they will look for one thing or the other and they get them out. Just like what is happening with Andrews now. They look for anything and get you out of the system. You know, that's why I said this case you see, this case of Andrew you see is beyond FIBA and Celine.
It is.
Mark my word, you see it someday. So the Peter Obi senators cannot. In fact, if you wake up tomorrow and they say they have denied Peter Obi, don't be surprised.
Yeah, one have come today now. One have come this afternoon. One have come to APC this and it's the remaining one. One will see the camp. All of them will come. They will. We have to be. Listen, we can never have a national conversation without starting from the truth aspect of it. And I keep saying this thing.
Very soon, Ben, very soon, King Gibe will join because she would want to go back for second term, having been threatened by Wike.
They've already told him you're not coming again. Wike did not even say they are not voting for you. He said, we will not let Wike.
You won't come again.
Say, we are not coming again.
Mm.
So when I said it yesterday, that if Peter Obi thinks he's going to be a president with these hyenas and tigers, may the Lord help us. But
no, he would have been the president, but not for the poor electoral system. He would have been the president.
He won the election. Our election was basically won by him. But they took it, and that
so
was
you know what they did? They took him to be taught so that he would not have the legal right to challenge the election.
Yes.
They made Atiku second. And so it was a well thought out strategy.
And if you see the second Atiku took, Atiku was not even willing to even fight.
Mm-hmm.
Because Atiku knew what happened. I remember when we were counting that vote, because I was in the UK here, we were counting the vote. And one man was like, one PDP man was in the Lagos. I think he said it's over. Then I had a friend of mine. This guy is basically Atiku's boy. He's Atiku's boy. Engineer, he called me. He said, Ben, congratulations. This because I can pay for P2B with all of my heart. He said, congrats, Ben. He said it's over. He said it's over. In Lagos, the guy said, Ben, it's over. Then I said, what are you hearing in the north? This guy told me P2B was entering Borno State, the vice president state, like anyhow. So he entered the state so much that the state got angry and they went to the market and started burning the market. The election was not favoring them, was not favoring anybody. But there are strategy in place. Which P2B was not, that game is beyond him. So the people enter their room and make their decision. So anybody, if I criticize P2B and you come for me, you don't know me. Because this is me. P2B want us to stand with him and call him out if things are not going well. I'm not going to call you out. I'm not going to call, I'll call P2B out. Do something about this. You're the leader that we followed.
Yes. Let me say this. Why a lot of people don't understand. When you're standing election in Nigeria, you're not just going to win by trusting in Nigeria. We are still being colonized politically. And so when you say that the IREF, there were glitches, those glitches were meant to enthrone the present government. Let me tell you, because the foreign country, I don't want to mention anybody, even those who colonize us, they knew that if Peter Obi comes in, there'll be serious transformation and they'll be changed. If Peter Obi was in the power, by now Dangote's refinery will be working. And there'll be no point for us to export and import the crude. Do you know that the crude that we're going to use to run that refinery has to be imported? That is, you're selling your crude to, for instance, you're selling your crude to Kogi State. And then you're also importing that same crude from Kogi State to run your refinery in Lagos. We have seen that before. So, which means Nigerian government cannot supply crude directly to Dangote refinery and then sell the rest to the other part of the world. That's the politics. All they want is our money. And that's why
Good P2B will never have played.
No, he wouldn't agree. He wouldn't agree. So they don't need him. There are a lot of forces that fought against him. And that's why you see the glitches that glitched into this government.
May God help our country. But going forward, sir, have we agreed this skeleton is for goat or chicken or cow? Because I don't know.
No, it's cow.
Maybe anymore.
That is not human limb. That is a cow.
Yeah. Go ahead on TikTok, please.
I can boldly state that is not a human body.
Hey, my sister, look at the bones. They're like giraffe.
How can the bone even longer or taller than the person that is even
bone? Look at the bone. Look at the bone down. Look at this bone on the floor. Which part of a human being is this one? Harrison, Guamunishi. This boy. Look at the way they drop the bone. It's like they forget this one on the floor.
Or even the doctor that came to assess the decomposed body is only wearing gloves in his hands, and there's no overall or the doctor's whatever.
Okay, hold on. Go ahead on TikTok, please. Somebody with anatomy medical knowledge is talking, please.
Okay.
He also said in one of his statements that he said in one of his statements that it was somebody from abroad.
Yeah, because I came out and I said, Harrison, who called you? Who called you that there was a body there? Who called you?
It was a farmer. So he needs to tell us which bush, which farm, and so that the animal.
Then he said it's a person from abroad. Then he later changed it that a farmer now directed them to the site. A farmer in the city of Aba.
Yes, I have a message for that number 5. She's a nurse. She's in the healthcare professional like me. She can watch this closely and use her medical logic to judge this matter. And stop embarrassing the medical profession, because this is totally it's disgraceful. As a Harrison be fooling people like this.
Is it
intellectually deficient can people be to believe in these stories?
Let me ask a question, please. If you are watching the video on YouTube, you see the way he used the bone to support himself to stand.
The bone is the height of a walking stick.
What type of bone is this one? And this is what Harrison has been hiding. He's been hiding this from everyone in Nigeria.
YouTube is making a very big point. He said Harrison said that the body had no hands, legs,
no heads.
It's the torso. That way. So where are the bones coming from? Those long ones.
No. Let me laugh this out.
I think we have human being that has this bone in Kenya. The tallest human being in Kenya.
And then he say the body they found look like it's light skin, maybe Celine.
Say something like that. She shouldn't say that because there's no confirmation. She knows family's mind that it's a yellow person. So
Ben.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Mr. Ben.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Please let me give you this one to sleep with tonight.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
If Mr. Vance that was kidnapping high expatriates in Nigeria, billionaires in Nigeria collecting ransom, is still alive today, what offense did Andrew commit to have been murdered on the streets of Benue? Think about it. When you think about it, you will understand that the case is beyond what we see in the surface.
I want to tell you something. When I brought in just Adotun, Adotun Adejobi, the lady that make a lot of noise online, my former friend. This was the lady that cook food for me. Like she's like an auntie, she's like a sister to me. If like literally, if I check this office now, I get a document here, everything. This was the person I see as a human being, and I explained the situation to her. This woman went online and shouted. And you know, when the woman came to me, she told me I should not talk about this matter in the most firm way, like you're talking to your son. And I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm like, why? The next thing she wrote me in a capital letter, may God help you.
Yes. She has compromised. She's been informed. That money she contributed was just a mere camouflage. She's been compromised. She's been befriended. You were so recalcitrant. You never wanted to friend any of them, so they couldn't give you any money to tell you, shut up, guy. This game is over. This is how it was arranged. And so that's why when they couldn't use you, they had to go and look for Sabio. See, I've just said something. When sleeping tonight, when you wake up, he said, what offense did Andrew commit?
To go like that.
To go like that. You know, ask yourself. You saw when he did a video footage asking those girls to come. Who saw it? What happens? Is Tony, Fiba's husband, talking? Is he still talking? Is he still talking? Ask yourself.
And Sabio went to befriend him.
And he said he was being commissioned by that man. That man never commissioned him.
Sabio went
this
to
other one will say, the family called me. I'll be saying that you call me or so that they will allow me to do investigation. These are all lies. Ben, I'll tell you something tomorrow. I'll talk with you privately.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Much appreciated.
All right. Have a good night, rest.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
Unbelievable, guys. I'm telling you, we in Banana Republic, guys.
Hello, Mr. Ben.
Good evening, sir.
Yes. Just because of the last part of what we're just saying. Just I thought so was your friend.
Yes.
From you said.
Yes.
So when I saw her videos I saw so much of emotion. It is possible because sometimes, people who have like emotions, like some of us, we don't tend to take time to analyze things. Let's assume that she all acted based on emotion.
At that particular time, yeah.
At that particular time. So I know somehow you're still listening about this case of Akiba.
Of course.
Those girls have not been found. That fire was in your heart. The first day that you heard about them should not quench. You still have a voice. So many things have unfolded up till this moment. Please use your voice. The way you cried out the day that you did not know that Ben was not an accomplice. Now that, the day you felt that Ben was an accomplice and you kind of try to cry out so that people will know what you know. Today, analyze what is on ground. Look at these videos, listen to these interviews. You should be able to appeal to your conscience again, to tell you the position of Ben. You shouldn't spoil your relationship with Ben. If you don't spoil your relationship. But then, what I'm saying is, that fire that was in your heart about these girls should not die down. Rekindle it. Look for these girls. Use your voice again. Maybe people will hear you. Because if Ben was involved and the way you came in, you came in with the assumption that there was something Ben knew. Go back to the case. Look for these girls. Use your voice. That's just adoption. To very dark man. I believe one way or the other, people in your platform that listen to what we're saying. You are a voice in Nigeria. And so many people support you. There are two girls who are in the wilderness crying in the same country where you advocate for truth. Use your platform to ask questions. That's all you do. I know you've been doing. I believe that you've been helping people. Very dark man. Use your platform and ask the question. Even if it is for 2 minutes. Ask the question about these two girls. Ask the question about Harrison's involvement. Ask the question of where they are. Because so many people, because of the false narrative that these girls were hookup girls, it kind of like dampened the mind of people about the situation of these girls. Be in the position of their parents. They are human beings. Use your platform to ask about these girls. Maybe the police will wake up, about this story. It's months now. The family has not heard nothing about their daughters. Please, very dark man, if you happen to get this message through any means, please just give these two girls 1 minute of your time and talk about them so that the world will hear and bear witness that you said you use your platform for them. Then to Daddy Freeze. Daddy Freeze, you said in one of your live session that you don't do your programs for free. And you were saying this to counter an allegation from somebody else. And here comes Harrison with his group trying to paint the picture that Ben was an accomplice and knows something more about the disappearance of Afiba and Selim. Along the line, there has been so many things that has unfolded. If truly, just last week, Mr. Daddy Freeze, you tested a little bit of going viral on the negative side.
Yeah.
And this was what happened to Ben for a couple of days.
Which was highly magnified on top of the platform.
And your own case, you can see how much you feel. It was just a case of about matrimony, which has nothing to do with somebody's life. But this case of Afiba and selling had to do with people's life. Imagine that Andrew was accused wrongly. Imagine that Ben was accused wrongly. Imagine that Afiba and Selin are somewhere crying for help. You have the platform. Somebody paid you. I'm putting it to you that you were paid based on what you said. You were paid. And if truly you were paid, the payment you got was part of the money from Andrew. So it was blood money. Whether you like it or not, there is nemesis. There is payback for everything. The only way you will be free is now that so many things have unfolded and police is not saying anything about this case. For you to go back and follow up with this case and justly ask about the position of this girl, even if it is for a day, use your people, do your live chat, give them 2 minutes to ask questions. I'm not saying you should support Ben. Ask more questions. Bring Harrison again, because there are so many allegations on Harrison's head. Bring Harrison again in your life. That is the only way you'll be free from that money they paid you. Ask about these girls. Use your platform again and ask about these girls. To every other person who pointed a finger at Ben in relation to this case, I am not saying Ben is a saint, but you owe it as a duty to go back and review all that has unfolded, all the questions, especially this video, the video that shows the body that Harrison claimed. Look at the video, look at the bones. Ask yourself questions. Ask Harrison questions. It is now time to bring Harrison to live section and ask him questions. Harrison, what happened here? How did this money go? Who was this girl? How did you get to know about her? Why didn't you talk about her? And other things of questions that you need to ask Harrison. This is my message at this point.
Thank you very much. And
thank you.
Thank you. And they brought a gym instructor. What about the gym instructor? What is happening to the gym instructors? There's so many divisions. There's so many ways that wanted to divert the attention from the reality of Afiba and Selin, because they are poor. Because they are poor. But God is not poor. And the truth is never poor. Truth is the most expensive commodity in the world. That is why many crowd doesn't follow truth. We are standing here today because we hold the truth. Yes, it's the truth that we have. We're not entertaining anybody. It's the truth. And it's scary to have truth in your hand. This is what we have. And somebody said on YouTube, Mr. Ben, God will vindicate you. Stop cursing. I never curse one way. I do 2 ways. I'm from a tribe that basically believe in the universe. And I will call universe on anyone who have accused me of things I did not do. And I will say it again, if I do it, this what I sent to you will come back to me 7-fold. That is my liberty. The reason why I have not lost my head is because of that zeal that I have in me. A lot of you guys may not be familiar with it, but it works fine in my life. And I will always call it out. So for all of you guys that have supported this platform, you supported truth. Please, I repeat myself again, I don't want to be your spokesperson. I don't want to be somebody you say, oh, I'm Ben's fan. I want you to be a fan of fact and truth. If you come on this platform and I say things that is not in line with your feeling, please, for your own mental health, just excuse yourself and join us back when that topic change hand. Question me. I have answered more than 10 hours question already on this case, and I'm still willing to answer. I've lost my voice on a multiple occasion. I've had sleepless night, but I believe it worth it. A great person are not made without trying. I tried. The easiest option was for me to keep my mouth quiet. I didn't. Falila, you helped me. Cassandra, you helped me. Ada, you helped me. And all of you guys that helped me so much. I can't appreciate you guys enough. You guys have helped the truth to see the light of the day. Auntie Barrister, we're missing you and we want you back here. You've helped me. But I understand the break you took is good for you, it's good for your mental health, it's good for your family. We love you and we appreciate you. And as I said before, I will always be myself on the platform that God has given to me, which can be taken away by Facebook or by Mark Zuckerberg or even by TikTok. But the privilege of my voice is my own. We'll gather again tomorrow if we have chance, and then we'll be discussing this most important matter. Yeah, go ahead.
Jack Onushola or something. He's been here for some time. Maybe he can.
Yeah, Onushola, you can round up for us, please. I don't know whether you've been watching what we've been talking about. Jack, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. K.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, everybody. And just one thing that I want to say to you.
Yes, sir.
From the beginning of this case, you always clarify something that the police man talking know which of the police, or you said it. When you call these police people that got an information about this guy, this late guy, and they were like demanding kind of something from you, just for you to pass the what you know to the police. And a lot of people have really come so hard on you on that thing because they want to say at the point that you had so much overwhelming evidences like that, and you are not even telling the police. But you try to explain, say that you have. So I want you to lay more emphasis on that aspect of it. That you actually wanted to say your part, but due to the fact that you are asking for something of naira, so how is that possible? Make sure you make that point clear to people so that they won't be they don't use this thought again.
Thank you, Jack. I think we got something wrong here. I have never said that I called the police to report and they demand money from me. The only time I called the police when Andrew went away on the 8th of May. I did not hear from Andrew the second day, the third day. I called the police in Aba and I spoke to them that a friend of mine called me yesterday or 2 days ago. Yes. Let me use the opportunity to explain it again in case if somebody is still having a misunderstanding about that. So I called them to ask them about my friend was concerned. I was concerned about my friend. He told me he was going to pie himself, and then I couldn't hear from him again. I don't know if he's arrested or if he finally pied himself. I said, please, I want to know information about him. The officer that told me said, hold on, and then he got back to me and said I should pay them 70,000 and Andrew's phone number for tracking. I said that you guys. Yeah. So that's why I just needed to clarify that. And then the reason I never reported Andrew for Nigeria because they have their own police, and Andrew have had multiple opportunity. Police in Nigeria have seen Andrew as he is, and I made it clear to you guys the option of coming to Nigeria and say Andrew is basically you're not a man. If I have to go to Nigeria to start reporting Andrew, when other guests have reported Andrew, and Andrew still have an escort, so it doesn't make any sense. So people that have been, Jack, I really appreciate that part that you bring it today because it's very important. People that are going about without listening to facts, they are click-based hearer, and those kind of people are not critical thinker. That's why they can never lead the world. The people that lead movement, they are people that are reason outside the box. Like the way you reason it now, that is the way to reason. You think outside the box and ready for they're ready to get corrected. And that's why I'm so angry with so many oblivious people on YouTube that goes about destroying people's life and repetition for content. For content. I mean, you don't have facts.
And then you basically go on YouTube and destroy people's life and sit down and get your iPhone and make a calendar and made up a placard with somebody's picture. Because once you are doing that, you have an agenda. You're weaponizing that message, and you know it's going to have a maximum effect on some people's mind. But you know what God do sometimes? God will turn everything into good for people, for those that loves him and those that believe in truth. So I want to thank you for that conversation, Jack. And I hope that we can catch up with you next time that we're online and on time, so you can get more insight in what we are discussing here. And for those of you guys, thank you. For those of you guys on YouTube, I want to thank you guys so much for always financing. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you so much for standing with the truth. And I want to thank all of you guys on TikTok family. Thank you guys. Those of you guys that have sent gift in today, I really appreciate you guys. I need to go and check how much you have there. Maybe I can get myself a beer on the weekend. But I promise not to drink beer this weekend because I have a lot yesterday. Because actually, the day before yesterday, on Sunday, we had a mini wake keeping for my guy that passed away on holiday. And we had a mini wake, a very good guy of mine, a very good friend of mine, Ghanaian, Nigerian. And this guy is really a cool guy. He stand with me on this case. He was always giving me a listening ear. And he was always telling me, Ben, I know you can handle this. God will give you strength. And he'll be sitting down here sometime. I'll be live here. He will just keep quiet and be watching and be enjoying it as well. And that guy just went on holiday and he passed away. On Monday, I wrote that last Monday. Yesterday made it 11 days. Today make it the 12 days of his passing away. 11 days today. On the previous Monday, I wrote an article that I wanted to share, and I sent it to Falela to look at it, to read it before I can post it, just to prove it for me, if there's any English that I got right. And then I also copied it for him as well. And then he got back to me on that Monday, and he told me, yeah, it's good to go, man. Just a few corrections, it's good to go. Then on Tuesday, he fly, and on Wednesday, he pull out to go to the swimming pool, to go to the beach, and then he get cardiac arrest in the water and passed away. A very young and cool man. So I'm gonna miss my friend. I'm not crying again, and I'm not even emotional, but he was a good friend. And may his soul rest in peace, and may his going bring peace to his family. So, guys, I thank you guys for joining us.
Can you say something before we go?
Yeah, go ahead.
Like we've always said, we came here. Phil Afiba and Celine that is keeping us here for all these hours talking about them. For the past couple of days, I have said that it has reached a point where I am pleading to the Nigerian authorities. This one is a plead. We are pleading to them to talk to the families. We are pleading to them to make a statement because this is very, very hard on the families. We are pleading to them that they owe a duty to these two missing girls and their families. We are pleading to them to reach out to their families. Listen, we are not forcing, but we are pleading because it seems that if we have to force it, let me just say, I am pleading, please. If they are listening to us, they should owe this duty to the families and reach out to them and tell them how far investigations have gone and what they have done so far, and how they are helping the families to be able to reconcile with their missing children. So if you are listening to us, Mr. Nigerian Police, we are pleading to you to please give priority to this case. Please reach out to the families. Please, we are begging you.
We're begging you.
Thank you. We beg you. We beg you. It's been too long. We are begging. It has left for us to beg you. It's been too long.
Oh, Yakubu, thank you so much. Yakubu Mobalaji, thank you so much.
For nothing to be said to the general public and to the family. So we are begging you. We are begging the highest office, which is the IG's office. Oh God, please, we are begging. Please give priority to this case and reach out to the families and help them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, so we'll be going now. So we have done another 3 hours
without even knowing that we did. Amazing what we can do on this platform. The truth. I think I am happy. God bless you guys, and good night from me. Thank you.
I'm Ellis James.
And I'm Colin Murray. And in our podcast, Everything to Play For, we take a proper look at the greatest sports stories of all time.
We're talking the juiciest rivalries, the bravest underdogs, the biggest comebacks. Do you want to do a PhD in Wayne Rooney? Then listen to this podcast.
We don't just get to the main event in our subjects, from Wayne Rooney to Andy Murray, from Mo Farah to Wenger versus Ferguson.
Come and chuck a little phrase into the mix, Colin.
Yeah.
Deep dive.
Follow Everything to Play For wherever you get your podcasts.
You all, welcome to Sunrise Day today. I'm Chamberlain. So,
good morning and welcome. I'm Kayla Megwa.
Today is July 31. It's the last day in the month of July. Good morning and welcome. I'm Ayo Makinde.
Okay, so what happens tomorrow? Well, one of those several venues that has popped up in the last couple of days, much more than ever, Eagle Square. That is where this is. So will there be some activity here tomorrow? What kind of activity will it be? Who knows? But of course, there are certain people who are taking measures, a preemptive one at that, to be sure that things don't go awry. So this, ladies and gentlemen, as you see there, is Eagle Square.
There has been a show of force around Eagle Square in the past few days. A lot of talk about this place in the past few days. Some people saying they had asked to use it for the protest. Some people saying they hadn't seen any requests of that nature. But, the countdown is on. And as we look forward to that planned protest, we don't know what's going to happen at this venue tomorrow. Is it going to be filled with protesters? Is it going to be filled with military personnel? All of that we'll be telling you as they unfold. But Eagle Square right there, our skyline this morning, lots of memories. Eagle Square is one of those places that if the ground could talk, if the chairs in this place could talk, they will tell story after story about event after event, a very important part of the nation's capital, and one that we'll be looking at for tomorrow.
I was actually wondering, Kayla and Chamberlain, why it is called Eagle Square. That's what was coming up in my head. What's the reason for the name Eagle Square? But then it may not be too far from the Nigerian coat of arms, where the eagle is at the top of that crest. That's something that plays in my head. It's as old as the Fourth Republic, was constructed in 1999, and as you rightly said, it served quite a number of purposes. But is protests one of those purposes it is supposed to serve? I guess the coming days will tell. But because we understand that the Occupy Nigeria protest of January 2012 took place right here, and a number of political rallies and all of those things have also held there. So will the End Bad Governance protest happen here tomorrow? Or, as the police say, there are designated places outside of Eagle Square that protests should be held? I guess time will tell. But this is a lovely sight, guys. Most certainly a lovely one.
Light at the end of the tunnel, they say. So, glass being half empty or half full, how do you see it? But in any ways, let's go ahead. Take us through some of the dailies. What are they saying today, this time?
What else do you expect to lead the headlines of some of the papers this morning? Of course, the protests. Let's begin with the Nigerian Observer. End bad governance. Security agencies' job gets tougher. That's the lead story of the paper as organizers reject confined protests. The Nigerian Tribune. Planned hardship protest. FG declares prisons red zones. Pages 2 and 30 have the story and a good number of riders right there on the front page of the paper today. Vanguard newspaper. Protests. Organizers list convergence points for rallies. Also with a load of riders on the front page. New Telegraph has the same story. August 1, youths rage. Organizers reject IGP's proposal for confined protests, insist on street processions. The story is on pages 2, 5, and 28 of the New Telegraph this morning. The Daily Times newspaper, 24 hours to nationwide protests. Stalemate as organizers reject IGP's no street procession offer. Stories on page 2. Thugs threaten Lagos protesters as court confines demonstrations to parks. Nigerian Correctional Service declares custodial centers red zones. Front page of the Daily Independent has this one. Organizers, IGP, Egbetokun disagree on confined protests. Protesters ask IGP for details of officers to protect them. Court restricts protests in Lagos to Freedom, Peace Parks. Hoodlums threaten to deal with protesters in Lagos. Details of that story on the inside pages. Nigerian News Direct, nationwide protest. FG suspends import duties, taxes on food items to subdue hunger. That story has the details on page 2. The Guardian newspaper, real estate, totally different story. Slow justice system compounds investment uptake, 100 billion naira loss yearly. The story is on page 6 of the paper this morning. Business Day has airlines fly lucrative routes as plane shortage lingers. Find the details of that story on the front page, continues on the inside pages of the paper. This is some of the papers we have for you this morning.
All right, so there you go. I mean, it's going to be a lot about the protest, which is what we're also going to talk about here this morning. So just give us a moment. We will be right back.
Putting them on my name places. I'm party planning.
Kids' parties. Who in their right mind invites a gang of E-number riddled little monsters to run riot in your home?
Supercharge your business with the all-new Shopify Point of Sale, the all-in-one POS solution built on the world's most powerful commerce platform. Whether you have one location or 1,000, Shopify's Point of Sale can help you elevate your e-commerce strategy, streamline operations, and increase sales. So get your business ready for the future of retail today and switch to Shopify Point of Sale. Sign up for a free trial today.
Senior advocates of Nigeria, Femi Falana and Ebunolu Adegboruwa, led the meeting with the Inspector General of Police. About 25 persons attended, and they include the leadership of the Nigerian Bar Association, other senior lawyers, members of the Take It Back movement, representatives of other civil society organizations, as well as representatives of the police.
Under the law, your duty is to ensure that adequate security is provided for protesters in line with Section 83, subsection 4 of the Police Establishment Act of 2020. And for me, one, there is commitment on the part of the police to ensure that those who want to protest are guided. There should be no problem. On behalf of my colleagues who are here, that we are not violent people, and we're not going to encourage violence as far as this protest is concerned.
At this particular period, it is not advised that we go on street procession, because I've said earlier on that as you are mobilizing for peaceful protest, some are mobilizing for violent protests. We are doing our best to make sure that we check those ones. Then for the peaceful protesters, we are agreeing on the modalities to conduct the peaceful protest at this period. That's why I suggested that confining peaceful protesters to a particular location will help us a lot. I want us to agree on that. That on the day of protest, your group will be confined to those places that you have identified. And let us also agree that there will be no procession.
Participants disagree with the IGP's suggestions for a confined protest.
It may not be possible for organizers to say they are winning the procession. I don't think that will be possible.
We can agree on routes. We can agree on where we are going to pass through the protest, but I don't think it's possible to confine protests to a location. That will be absolutely impossible.
Surely our letter to the Inspector General of Police indicates that there will be procession, they will be guided in order to achieve peace during the procession. That's indicated in our letter.
The IGP responds.
You indicated 8 locations, 8 states where you want to stage this protest. The IG will not be in all those 8 states at the same time. But we have commissioners of police in each of those states, meet with them, tell the commissioners of police how you want to stage your peaceful protest. But as for me, I believe that a peaceful protest in a confined location will be very easy for the police to protect. But if you say you want to go on procession, you want to go around the whole city in during your peaceful protest, I advise against that.
The meeting dispersed with the group asking the IGP to make available the contacts of police officers designated to cover the protest. Shola Shuyeli, Channels Television News.
DigiCert Trust Lifecycle Manager helps you do what your organization needs PKI to do. Prevent outages, manage risk, and enforce policy. That's digital trust for the real world.
Knowing when to push pause. That feels good. Stress your best with Aura Ring.
We are thrilled to have you on board as we chart the course for our next chapter. We're inviting you to take up your right in full for 19 naira 75 kobo per share. From the 8th of July to 14th of August, take advantage of the chance to acquire one more ordinary share for every 2 shares in your portfolio. Visit www.theaccesscorporation.com to subscribe. Access Holdings, where financial solutions connect the world.
Lunch. Heartburn and indigestion? Try Just-T, reliable remedy for heartburn, indigestion, flatulence, and acidity.
All right, so these are some of the issues that will be determined. So what will happen tomorrow? What nature will it be? What consequences? What implications? How will it play out? That is what lots of people are talking about now, because the day beckons when it happens tomorrow. So we've got Mr. Butu Yaro joining us virtually. He's a retired Assistant Inspector General of Police. We also have Chris Wakobia, who wears different caps now, convener, Country First Movement, spokesperson, Labour and Civil Society Front, among others. Gentlemen, good morning, and thank you for joining us on the program today. Now, about tomorrow. Let me start with Mr. Wakobia. There are several concerns as to how will this happen, with groups disagreeing. Should we stay in a confined location? How do we guarantee safety of lives and property and preventing several people from hijacking it? So from the report we saw, they clearly didn't agree. So about this protest tomorrow, what would you say? How do you see it playing out?
Chamberlain, am I the one starting?
Yes, please.
Am I the one starting?
Yes, please.
Am I the one starting?
Yes, please.
Am I the one starting?
Yes.
Let me say that I appreciate the fact that the Inspector General of Police convened that virtual meeting yesterday. I also appreciate the fact that it was far-reaching on matters that border on the constitutionality and legality of protest. I appreciate the fact that representatives of the civil society and those who are indeed calling for the protest were there. And congruent with the provisions of Chapter 4 of the Constitution, is the right to disagree, is the right to assemble, is the right to hold opinion. And very interestingly, it's ennobling to find out that the IG and the security apparatus of government have come to terms with that reality. Now, importantly, like your question connotes, how do we protect lives and properties? And I think that first, between now and tomorrow, the security agencies should de-escalate on threats, de-escalate on issues that border on the possibility of the protests being hijacked. Spokespersons of government should de-escalate on statements that apparently provoke and provokes the people. They should also do something that is fundamentally important. Continue with the trajectory that the IG of police introduced yesterday, which is, of course, the fact that they want to ensure that it is peaceful and that they protect the people. Oftentimes, in our life in progressive struggle, we have found out that those who want a new deal, a new dawn, a new day, and a new republic are oftentimes very peaceful in their protestation. I have said that in 2020, the youths of this country taught the world a lesson in progressive struggle. For about 10 days, they conducted their protests with the highest level of decorum. For about 10 days, they taught even the United States of America that had just come off the Floyd protest and several other countries a lesson in progressive resistance until agents of states procured violence, infiltrated movements, shot people, looted shops, and sought to label a peaceful progressive effort as violent. Now, what is important as we proceed as a people and as a nation is to ask operators of states, ask men and women of the security services to de-escalate on words that border on threat or the possibility of a hijack, and emphasize the fact that they will ensure, along with the protesters, that protests are peaceful. When we do that, what it does is encourage the protesters to remain orderly and peaceful and discourage possible touts and infiltrators from infiltrating the protests.
All right. Mr. Yarrow, I'm hoping that you heard what he just said. Now, I know that you've got concerns about how it played out the last time. Now, concerning several people who think, look, we want to come out, albeit peacefully, but then all of these narratives and several images that we've seen about certain people threatening those who want to come out peacefully or otherwise to just stay back, it raises a lot of concern. So what would your impression be about what may happen tomorrow?
Thank you very much for having me. I hope I'm loud and clear there.
Yes, you are.
Yeah, I am terribly worried by the kind of hype that is being generated by the organizers and some of the commentators. And I think this kind of hype is an invitation to total anarchy. A point has to be made, and that point has to be understood by all of us on a very serious note. The actors of state security, headed by the Inspector General of Police, has spoken at length over this matter. And he has spoken on behalf of all men of goodwill and all the security community to fellow Nigerians, in the sense that the need for all of us to act in circumspect is very, very important. Of course, certainly, a strike is being proposed, but I can tell you, not Nigerians 100% are in support of any strike in the way and format that is being designed. Apart from that, the security apparatus have told us that the timing is not really very expeditious for them to act in a way that all situations will be in proper alignment. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a country of about 94,000 square meters. And any spontaneous strike across the length and breadth of the country or a greater part of the country at the same time presents unusual security risk in terms of management, in terms of coordination by the security forces led by the Nigerian police force. And the same police authority have reminded us that there's need for us to act in circumspect for now. They need to prepare their platforms. They need to organize themselves because in order to be able to be in position to provide the needed security.
All right, if I could jump in and say, Yaro, you made reference to the timing and that the importance of security agencies to prepare themselves. But is there ever a perfect time? And besides, we thought that the notices came a long time ago for them to prepare.
Thank you very much. The timing in the sense what I'm talking about, considering the size of the country. I said this country is about 94,000 square meters. And the effect of strike can always have a simultaneous engagement all over the country. If perhaps the security forces, particularly the police, are appealing to us that we should give them time to arrange themselves in order to ensure that there's perfect security in those areas mentioned. Except, of course, we are looking for something extraordinary. I don't know why we cannot really have a sense of understanding in this kind of proposal. There's no time. I mean, for now, everybody needs to be coordinated. Both the people in procession and those who will not participate, and the generality of people who live in our country. And the chief law enforcement platforms have made it clear that the level of preparation they are putting on the ground, and they require more time. If at all we are not looking for something extraordinary, why not we listen to ourselves? We have a history of uncoordinated procession and violent acts on the street in many parts of the country. The IGP and his team, they are leveraging on these bitter experiences in the past.
Okay.
And we must consider one thing.
Let me bring in Mr. Wokobi on that one. Mr. Wokobi, I know that, yes, we heard what you said in the opening, but perhaps stretching a little further what he was talking about, the last protest, which is the answers. Yes, you also highlighted how peaceful it was until eventually went awry, all the circumstances notwithstanding. But is it understandable, considering the impact that states like Lagos, you know, how they felt, the damage that happened in different parts? So if residents or authorities there feel, if they are apprehensive, is it understandable? Because of, if they say, look, we know what happened the last time. Yes, it was supposed to be peaceful, but we saw how that went. And what are the chances, even if the security agencies were to go out there, but they won't be able to stop everyone from vandalizing anything if all of those people decide to do a thing or two? So is it understandable if they say, look, we're cautious, we're apprehensive, we don't want this to even happen in the first place?
Chamberlain, I will take you back to history as I answer that question. Interestingly, in the opening segment of this, my comrade Femi Falana was on the call with the IG, the virtual meeting. Veteran Che, my brother and friend, was there. Quite a lot of our comrades who were with us in the trenches during the June 12th protestation were online, Ebuadoboruwa and several others. And let me tell you, always in our history as a nation, those who have provoked violence and not the protesters. Remember what happened at the Korodu Road in 1993, 1994.
To the boulevards, taking off road. Ventus, Hankook Tire.
Okay, so I think we lost out on that one, but no, I think we'll get him back. But he was trying to go down memory lane. Mr. Yaro, I know that the authorities always want to ensure that, look, perhaps, I don't know if we even call it PTSD for the security agencies because of what they went through the last time. I'm not sure how that phrase stands or sticks with them, if it's acceptable or not. But yes, we know that they are impact. But let me check if we've got Mr. Nwokobia back. We lost him momentarily. Mr. Nwokobia, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you very well.
Please go ahead. We lost you for a bit.
So I was laying the preambles as answer to your question. At the Korodu Road and the Mende, Maryland axis, as well as the Mobalaji Bankantoni roundabout, young boys and girls, students of the University of Lagos, Lagos State University and co. were protesting, and Abacha sent his troops to mow down several of the students. It was peaceful until the state provoked violence. Remember very vividly the NSAS protestation. It was peaceful for upward of 7-8 days until agents provocateur sponsored, allegedly, and the panels proved it, by agents of state infiltrated it. Now, I listened to my big brother there when he was talking about the time. It was Nelson Rolich Lala Madiba who said that the time is always right to do right. I think that we must agree that governance have become absolutely distant from the people. We have seen profligacy, wanderlust, and absolute ignorance of leadership regarding monumental hunger and poverty. We have seen where government, rather than addressing the fundamental issues of state, have gone buying SUVs for lawmakers, spending resources over 20 billion to build a house for the VP, rather than protecting our farmlands and our farmways, rather than ensuring that food security is a fundamental issue of state. Our inflation rate stands at over 34%. And when do you think is right for the people to say no? When do you think it is right for the people to say never, ever again? I think that we who support protestation are the ones who are essentially saying that our protestation will be peaceful. Why is it that those who support the position of government are the ones talking about violence when the protesters haven't talked about violence? It worries me. It scares me. It bothers the carapace of my mind that we are consistently talking about peaceful protestation, and those who should say, okay, we understand the position of the young people, are the ones who are consistently talking about the hijack. Are they interested or intending to hijack the protestation? Are they interested or intending to procure violence? They need to tell us, because you see, there's this cliche, the witch cried last night and the child dies this morning. You make your conjectures. Chamberlain, I'm truly, truly bothered. Kayla, I'm bothered. I think that the time has come for those who side with government to understand that intrinsic with our rights as human beings is the right to disagree with government. Intrinsic with our constitutional rights as citizens is the freedom to protest. Intrinsic with our rights as Homo sapiens is the right to stay alive. And Nigerians across board are saying the government has been largely irresponsible and irresponsive to our needs as a people. And we are saying that the right to peacefully protest is sacrosanct. So,
Mr. Nwokobia, just so we can get your thoughts on something else, to get your thoughts on some of the things that we've seen happen in the past few days. And one of the conversations that we've heard is, do protests work? With every protest that we've had in the country, did the country get better? Did, you know, when you make all of those demands, have we actually seen the country get better with each protest? Some people don't agree. What do you make of this conversation?
My answer is capital letter yes. Protestation all over the world and including our country has made things better. I'll give you a practical instance. When we marched out against the annulment of June 12th, Babangida stepped aside using a wrong grammatical programmatic. He stepped aside because the people had said never ever again. When Abacha came our protestation made it impossible for him to go overseas for medical treatment. We insisted on the need to de-annul June 12th. And eventually, when he passed on, it was difficult for Absalam Abubakar to stay longer than a year. And you want to know, when Nigerians protested regarding NSAS, we do not have SARS as a problematic in the police force today. When Nigerians protest regarding hunger and saying end to bad governance, it will make government and governance responsible and responsive to the people. That's a fundamental reality. That's the truth all over the world. Freedoms are not served a la carte. Freedoms must be demanded. And you know, there's an old cliche that says that eternal vigilance is the price for liberty. And we are saying that the time has come to make leadership responsible and responsive. We can't live in a country where 469 members of the National Assembly get more resources than 10,000 workers of government. We can't live in a country where, rather than patronize locally made producers, you go buy Toyota cars for 469 members of the National Assembly at 150 million naira each, when the naira is being buffeted and beaten silly by the dollar. We can't live in a country where the presidency, rather than selling off some of the presidential jets, is buying more jets. We can't live in a country where the presidency, rather than addressing the fundamental issues of state, is spending about 6 billion naira to manage a protest. We can't continue to live in a country where, rather than allow young people to protest for their rights, the presidency is spending monies across board, getting people to dissociate from a protest that ab initio has been planned to be peaceful.
I want to take you up on that as well, Mr. Mokobia. You know, we're seeing these videos from parts of the country where we're seeing traditional rulers, we're seeing members of society, we're seeing all kinds of meetings. I've learned the names of so many new groups in the past few days, groups that we didn't even know existed, but they keep having one meeting after the other, disassociating themselves, but of worry, disassociating themselves and their members from the protest. But one that is of worry really is when we hear traditional institutions telling people, you can't tell your children not to come out. We don't know what will happen to them if they do, you know, creating situations like that. This is coming from members of the public as well. These are also Nigerians who are talking like this. What should be going through the minds of people who want to come out when they hear these sorts of narratives from people who are also members of the public? How should they be able to be comfortable to come out? And what should security agencies be doing about those sorts of threats?
Kayla, there's a worrisome tapestry. There's a worrisome twist in our national story as a people. And those are the issues that you just highlighted. Kayla, look at it. When we talked about the need to deal with issues of kidnap for ransom, people thought it was a joke. I lost my immediate younger sister to kidnappers. As I talk to you, Kayla, the new business that is emerging on our political amphitheater is threatening a strike, hype the strike, threatening a protest, hype the protest, and government opens a collective deal to compromise people and make them speak against the protest. That's a new business that we're about to introduce, and it's a sad testament for all of us. Now, why are traditional rulers who know that the masses of their people are strangulating poverty doing what they're doing? Why are some organizations that never existed? Now, we used to be students who headed NANS, National Association of Nigerian Students. When we were NANS, it was the days of Mayegun, who was the president of the Student Union in University of Lagos. Those days, we didn't have an association of ex-NANS presidents coming to speak on an issue. Today, we see all kinds of amorphous groups. I saw one that calls itself an association of 407 ethnic nationalities. I wonder how they gathered 407 ethnic nationalities to distance themselves from a protestation that they were not part of the planning. You know, I think that the government inadvertently is lowering our moral and psychological bar. Government inadvertently is messing up with our collective integrity and credibility. Government inadvertently because it must continue the way it's running, rather than addressing the fundamental issues that calls for reforms, is ennobling and enabling people to lose and mess up with our collective morality. But I think that in this outing, we have to advise government to, rather than spend our collective resources and our patrimony on compromising individuals who know nothing about the protests and protestation, ensure that the security agencies live up to par, live to the reality of now, and then ensure that the protestations are peaceful. Because those who are calling for protests have said repeatedly, Michaela, that it is going to be a peaceful protestation. I don't know why people are gaslighting people about the pre-election to violence, except they are the ones, and I'm saying it on national TV, except that they are the ones that are ready to procure violence.
I mean, I want to talk to Mr. Yaro because, of course, our colleague in Lagos has to come in on this conversation. But Mr. Yaro, if you can hear me, let's talk a little bit about security. We heard you talk the first time. For many people who've heard you speak and people who have said these, raised these fears that you've been raising, the question has always been, are we saying that our security agencies are unable to handle a protest? Of course, there will be threats of violence. Of course, all these things are going to happen. But you would think that after NSAS, the reference keeps coming up about NSAS. After NSAS, you would think that they would have been able to train themselves, to handle these sorts of situations better. Are you saying that that hasn't happened?
It's not the security being trained for specific purpose or not, or otherwise. The understanding of these issues has to be made clear. When we say strike or procession, we have different typologies of procession. For example, if people are holding a rally in a specified location, expressing their discomfort, and thereafter they disperse to their localities, it's a different template. If perhaps people are expressing their discontent with the government by staying at home and not coming to anywhere, it's still a form of protest. If people, on the other hand, maybe have the motive of showing their discontent by coming en masse to a press conference, articulating their opinion, making the world to know through World Press Conference or associated system, is a different thing. But all these response of the security forces are basically done as a result of our experiences. What we have experienced in our country in the last 10, 15 years is that anytime protesters with genuine intention are out, certainly a lot of hoodlums used to seize the occasion to hold the country to ransom.
But that's the point. If that has been happening over the years, shouldn't they have come up with some kind of solution to the problem by now?
And we don't want to listen to the IG. We have come up with something. What we have come up is what the IG is saying. He said, listen to your Inspector General of Police. What he is saying is that in each state where you are going to have procession or whatever, liaise with the Commissioner of Police in that state. You should plan the event. You should have a unity of purpose in organizing the rally. But a good number of them are saying that that is not for them. Now, the security forces have put up relevant proposal for a civilized management of the situation, but they're not even ready to listen. And I can tell you, all said and done, and in the manner they want to get it done, at the end of the day, certainly the situation will go out of control. And let me advise too, once the situation go out of control, no state apparatus will fold his arm and stand at akimbo while persons who are not ready to listen to themselves or listen to anybody hold the country to ransom. Honestly, my advice is still this. Those who care to listen, we're all Nigerians, we know ourselves. Those who care to listen should give this situation a second thought. For the chief of police in your country to say, if you come out in the way you are talking about, I will be incapacitated by providing you adequate security. To me, that is a very heavy signal for us to do it.
So, Mr. Yaro,
soul searching.
Now, you've said IGP has suggested certain things, liaise with your CPs in different states. Part of what we heard him say is, in fact, the narrative it almost seems confusing now. You have different people who've put up different messages and different groups. First of all, you have different groups that have threatened anyone who even plans to come out to protest. They threaten them, say, look, there'll be violence. Don't even think about it. Whether it's peaceful or, in fact, it's targeted at those who intend to come out, perhaps, let me say, use the word peacefully. That's the impression we get. And then we also see messages all over the place. Yes, the authorities say you have a right to protest, but you now see certain narratives going further. They almost tell you, don't come out to protest. Then the last one from the IG is go to a particular spot. So the question several people asked when they sit back and take in all of this narrative is, the security agencies appear to focus solely on those who say they want to come out to protest peacefully and just want to appear to discourage them from coming out, even though you say you're right. But there hasn't been, if there is, you could let us know as well. They said they haven't seen a lot of messages, or even any at all, targeted at those who have said there'll be festival, don't come out. Or those who have said, if you come out, there'll be violence. So those who say, if you come to my area, I will deal with you. They haven't seen security agencies address those specific people and say, look, much as we say people have a right to protest peacefully, but if you try to threaten those who want to come out peacefully, you will get it. Why? Is that a mistake or what?
It's simple. Why it is so is this. We must take cognizance of what we call diversity management. There's diversity management in democracy. The fact that they are calling for strike do not mean that all Nigerians subscribe to it. Even if they do, not the format they are talking about.
Yeah, but that's the point. He's not just referring right now to people saying we don't agree with it. We're seeing threats, actual threats. If this is an actual threat, Chamberlain wants to find out from you, why isn't the security agent, why aren't they doing something about the threats against people who want to protest?
Look, it's a simultaneous threat from all the parties concerned. Even the proponents are threatening the peace of some others. And some are saying that if you threaten our peace and our livelihood, we're going to resist it. Certainly, we must concede to one thing. People's opinion can be different from our own, and we must have a leverage of managing our own conviction in a way that others will be accommodated. There's nothing wrong in a big city like Abuja or elsewhere. 30 people for and against. They are Nigerians, everybody has his own right. But for somebody to rain it down on every person that you must come out, you must not come out, I think that we need to think about it. And that is why the IG is saying that we need to listen to ourselves. And we do not create a situation that will cause conflagration in our country. Because certainly, people, the proponents of the strike, they do not have the unanimity of consensus of everybody. And that is very essential in a democracy. Therefore, we must be able to educate ourselves. That is an end game that requires a deliberate reconsideration of all the issues we are canvassing for. That is the point I am making. And the government and the security apparatus, they owe a duty to listen to everybody.
Let me ask a question of Mr. Nwokobia. Well, Mr. Nwokobia, it would seem, and I have asked this question before, so let me just take your own perspective of it. Excuse me. It would seem like most of the time we over-centralize our issues. The effect of the things that happen at the federal level are felt in the states. And we have authorities in the states, Mr. Nwokobia, who ought to be able to address whatever the issues are frontally at their states level. So that even no matter how difficult things are getting, the states ought to be able to intervene one way or the other. For instance, most of the time when there are elections in the local government elections, which is, according to several people, and you're a lawyer as well, believe that it's the closest level of government to the people. But when the local government elections are happening, most of the time, people don't come out according to INEC.
The figures are very low. Add that to the fact that a good number of issues that arise, we have the representatives of the people in the states, in the houses of assembly, and yet we don't have protests from that level. Why do you think that is so? It would seem like we're over-centralizing our issues, don't you think?
Good. And in addition,
it's actually for Mr. Nwokobia.
What?
This question is for Mr. Nwokobia.
Okay.
Let me say clearly that if I understand your question very well, I would lay a preamble, which is of course very important. My brother on the other side wants peace, but he's not asking for the state to call in and helm in Asari Dukobo and his team. Asari has threatened, and he's used the word woto woto. If you come out, we'll give you woto woto. What does that mean? The state is inadvertently procuring, preparing, enabling, and advancing his worries. And he should be interested in asking the DSS and the police to help in those.
Prof, the question that I'm asking, just a second. The question I'm asking is around, if you can hear me, just a second. Just a second, because we really don't have much time, so let's just go straight into it. Now,
thank you very much.
Bad governance is not really a problem. It's a problem across federal, state, and local governments, right? And the closer governments to the people seem to get a slap on the wrist. And the federal government, I'm not making a case, I'm just saying that we need to be able to decentralize all of these issues so that even before they cascade to this level, they have already been dealt with. And once state feels it,
God bless you, brother. God bless you, brother. Now, let me say, I have repeatedly, and I gave this opinion to a sister station when they asked these questions. I've repeatedly talked about the need for government to pursue the process of restructuring our system so that responsibility to the people would devolve from the local governments to the state and then to the center. But for as long as leadership has refused to do what is proper, right, and right, for as long as leadership has refused to revert to the Independence Constitution or the Republican Constitution, every successive administration in Nigeria will be worse than the one before it. And this is the truth. Now, as you and I talk, I'm aware that you know that the federal government takes about 60% of every monthly sharing of resources. And 774 local governments, as well as 36 states, share about 42% of resources. So largely, the buck stops at the table of Mr. President and the federal government. So if you want to demand responsible and responsive governance, please allow me. If you want to demand responsible and responsive governance, you must ask the man who is the Superman to do right. Until, and that's my challenge to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who along with us led the processes of protestation and the call for restructuring to begin pronto the process of restructuring this country.
That point has been made. But the question that I'm asking is, just a second, Prof, does that excuse the states from taking responsibility? So does that mean that because I'm just saying, I'm just raising the issue so that people can understand. Does that mean that the states have no responsibility in all of this? Does that mean that because the federal government is taking the larger share, the states do not owe the people good governance?
The greatest responsibility behoves on the federal government. Yes, the state owes good governance. Yes, the local government owes good governance.
So do you think the states are doing enough in terms of good governance?
Supreme Court.
Do you think the states are doing well enough? Just a second. Do you think the states are doing well enough in terms of good governance to the people?
Most of the states are not doing good, you know, and I want you to understand the perspective, because oftentimes people who are unable to put the issues in proper perspective will expect the child to be more responsible than the father. My late father told me a long time ago that it is unjust to come to the house of a prostitute to expect her 18-year-old daughter to pass a virginity test. It will be unfair on an armed robber to expect his 17-year-old son to become a catechist The fact is that the buck stops at the table of leadership. If the federal government is responsible and responsive to the people, by reasonable implication, the state governments must be. And if the state governments are responsible and responsive to the people, by reasonable implication, the local government must be, or the people will rise against them. So I think that the time has come for us to put issues in proper perspective. This government can only succeed and do better than the 8 years of Buhari's failure if it walks the path of restructuring of the nation. This government can assuage the anger and the temper that is building up in the land if it proceeds to fundamental reforms. Gaslighting the people and expecting the people to look the other way when you have videos and optics of Asari Dukubo and his kin threatening peaceful demonstrators, threatening people who are asking for an end to bad governance, and nobody's calling them to order, then it's anathema, it's shibboleth, it's unfair.
All right, let me ask Mr. Yaro. Yes, my apologies, that point is made. Well, Mr. Yaro, quite a number of times you have also joined the IGP in citing the incidences of NSAS. Do you think that the issues that were raised during NSAS have been convincingly addressed? Mr. Yaro, that is for you. I think you are muted, sir. I think you are muted.
Wow.
Yes, it's better now. Go ahead.
Okay. Are you there?
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead.
So, I want you to understand one thing. Government, the ways and method of government are not designed for quick fixes.
Mr. Yaro, it's 4 years gone. It's been 4 years.
Hello?
It's been 4 years. If you can hear me, Mr. Yaro, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm saying that yes, most of those issues have been addressed.
Just a second.
And it's still working.
Just a second. Let me give you a background. Let me give you a background to NSAS. The agitation for NSAS that culminated in 2020 started in 2015. People repeatedly asked and called out the police and talking about the fact that SARS were behaving in a way untoward and not helpful to the Nigerian people. 5 years down the line, the people couldn't take it anymore. And give them a number of other things that led to that one. They said, look, you know what? We're done with this. People weren't even complaining about the issues of bad governance at the time. It was a year of COVID. It was a year where everyone was at home. And yet it would seem like the SARS took undue advantage of the people at the time to unleash mayhem on them. It would seem. And then the people said, we've had enough. And SARS in 2020, 5 years after the conversation began. Now, 4 years down the line, those issues have not been addressed. Why should the people listen to the IGP?
I have addressed this matter before on the same channel about NSAS, and I term it was a rebellion of criminal gangs against the policing system of the country. NSAS that went to Benin prison and released 1,000 people, went to Oko prison, went to Owerri prison to release. That was not an aggression against the Nigerian police. It was a rebellion of criminal gangs. The law-abiding Nigerians did not participate or organize any rebellion or any riot at that time. That point has to be made. And rioters went to the palace of Oba and Lagos to go and vandalize it. Is Oba's palace now a police station? And SARS rioters went to TVC station, TVC at Ketu to vandalize it. Is that a police station? Look, don't take us to that area. It was a rebellion.
Mr. Yaro, just to be clear, just to be clear, are you aware, just a second, are you aware that celebrities, just a second, if you can hear me, are you aware that Nigerians, some well-respected Nigerians, some celebrities, can you hear me, Mr. Yaro? That some celebrities put their face to NSAS. They were at the concerts that were held in the name of NSAS all across, and in various other parts of the country, not just in Lagos. All right. And so are you saying that all those celebrities were also hoodlums?
I said, why have you ignored to address the invasion of Benin prison I told you? We have 2 federal prisons in Benin, Oko, after the airport, and another one in the central part of the town, and Owerri prison. I mentioned it. Does it not concern you that that is a very serious part of our national architecture that was destroyed, and most of the prisoners are still on the loose today? Why does, in your interview, why does that not itch your conscience to talk about?
It's also unfortunate, Mr. Yarrow, without particularly paying attention to any thing. It's also unfortunate that the police system. Just a second, Mr. Yarrow, you asked a question. So let me just raise it. It's also unfortunate that the Nigerian police was unable to defend its own police station. So why should people trust that the police can defend them when they cannot defend their own police station?
You see, you must understand one thing. The situation then, it was not because police were lacking capacity to defend their police station. The mindset of the authority was that those initial actors in the first phase of NSAS were people who are having genuine concern. And the preparation of the police in terms of taking them as adversaries was just not really there. It was later that criminals invaded and attacked all those police stations and destroyed what they did. And if the police had come in the same equivalent force to repel them, I think by now the nation could have been counting its human loss in most unimaginable way. But the important thing still remains that when criminals are organized and they decide to go a certain way, the fact that the law enforcement people exercise restraint is not a sign of weakness. Okay. It's a sign of condoning some misbehavior in order to ensure that the national environment still remains cohesive.
People would listen and to the police believe. But let me ask Mr. Nwokobia. Just a second. Let me ask Mr. Nwokobia, because the arguments, Mr. Yarrow, would be, we know a good number of people have come out to say that the police is not well funded. So when you say that they were exercising restraint, it will be understandable. But Mr. Nwokobia, let me just ask you, and please go straight to the point, because we're running out of time. Communication. A good number of people have raised the issues that, look, both federal and state governments are not communicating significantly with the people, hence this boil over. How do you think governments at any level should be communicating with the people now, at least to calm nerves, even if the issues that have been raised will take a while?
Thank you for that very important and salient questions. I think that fundamentally, the problem with our country is that leadership and leaders are ensconced by sycophants, Pharisees, and proselytes who see leaders as kings, not as servants of the people. I think that the time has come for us as a people to ensure and change the paradigms where more than ever before, leadership will see itself as responsible to the people. You don't have leaders except you have the people. And fundamentally, as I listened to my elder brother on the other side, I got tears welling down my cheek. And this is fundamentally important because I must say this. In trying to protect the state, you must first protect the people. It has to be country first. You cannot continue to argue for the safety of the state when the people are consistently unsafe, insecure, traumatized, and troubled. You cannot continue to talk about structures when the human structure is in trouble. Our people across space, the farmers cannot go to the farms. They have to pay some tax to non-state actors to be able to go to their farms. You watch every day people who are in leadership in monstrous opulence when there's no food in your home. And you think it's just that easy? I think that the time has come for us to speak truth to power and tell government and governors that it must do right. The world has become a global bedroom, a tiny village, where what happens in Kenya affects the mentality of the Gen Z in Nigeria. What happens in Uganda affects the mentality of the Gen Z in Nigeria. So to begin to gaslight the people will do no good. I think that the time has come for fundamental reforms, and the states the local governments and the federal governments must learn to engage with the people. Speak with the people, not speak to the people. The time has come for leadership to assume a new tendency. You know, the reason Abraham Lincoln defined democracy as the government of the people, for the people, and by the people, is because inherent in democratic words is the right of the people to demand for that which is right. And the NSAS protest was in line with that tandem. And also,
we need to go. Mr. Yarrow, just a quick one. For those who are watching and asking questions, I mean, who think, look, what do I do? I have a job and a business concerns. I need to go about my life tomorrow and perhaps up until the 10th, as they have proposed for the days of those protests. Someone who's experienced former police officer, what would you advise them to do? Mr. Yarrow.
Chamberlain, is that for me?
No, Mr. Yarrow, not for you.
Okay.
Mr. Yarrow, I think you're muted. Can you unmute yourself? Oh, I think we lost him there. All right, gentlemen, Mr. Chris Makobia is spokesperson of Labour and Civil Society Front, also convener Country First Movement. Mr. Abutu Yarrow, retired Assistant Inspector General of Police. Thank you both for talking to us this morning. Well, Business Morning comes up.
Mine.
Yeah.
Maryland, the perfect combination of generous chocolate chips and a crunchy, crumbly texture. Ooh, lovely. Maryland, good to the last crumb.
Enjoy unlimited free entry to Whipsnade Zoo with membership. A year of adventure awaits, from close encounters to faraway lands. Let's go globe-trotting and wildlife spotting. Discover hidden depths and explore new heights with daily flights and a pool with a view. A whole year of exciting adventures is waiting at Whipsnade Zoo. And London Zoo entry is included in your membership too. Become a Zoo member today.
At Access Holdings, we are heading into the next phase of our evolution. And with our rights issue, you get an increased stake in it. From the 8th of July to the 14th of August, you can get your share of over 17 billion shares at 19 naira 75 kobo per share. That's one new ordinary share to every 2 shares held. Visit theaccesscorporation.com to subscribe. Access Holdings, where financial solutions connect the world.
Hello, welcome to the final trading day of July and the trading day right before the planned protest of August 1st. We'll be gauging how markets here react to all of this. Let's get to the top stories that set your agenda now. Starting with the oil market, we see all futures rebounded more than $1 a barrel from 7-week lows. That was yesterday after the killing of Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh in Iran. That ratcheted up tensions in the Middle East, but prices stayed under pressure from concerns about weak China demand. We see Brent crude futures that climbed by 1.8%, big jump back above the $80 psychological level. That's for Brent. WTI crude, the U.S. grade, $76.11 a barrel. Also a bigger move, 1.9%. Analysts are still checking what's happening with the Middle East at this point, seeing if gains from geopolitics there are going to be capped, or we might actually see more strengthening there. But let's look at the FX market now. The NAFEX rate fixed at 1,598 naira 30 kobo to the dollar, but a 0.01% appreciation from the previous day. But for NAFEM, the demand for U.S. dollars surpassed its supply. And we see 0.60% drop there. Still going deeper into that 1,600 level, closing at 1,621 naira, 12 kobo to the dollar. So yeah, more pressure right there in the NAFEM window. But analysts are saying they expect these levels to remain, with the CBN expected to intervene at some point this week. And it's earnings season, and it's heating up right here in Nigeria. Nigeria's oldest financial institution, that's FBN Holdings, released its 2024 second quarter results, showing a pre-tax profit of 177.79 billion naira. That's about 18.9% year-on-year growth, and growth in pre-tax profits boosted half-year profitability to a record 411.9 billion naira for the group, marking its best ever half-year performance and record. FBN Holdings half-year profit, that's 411.9 billion, is more than double the 205 billion naira pre-tax profit reported for the same period in 2023. And Nestle Nigeria PLC also posted a pre-tax, this time a loss, 252.5 billion naira in the 2024 half-year, marking a 265% year-on-year decrease from the 69.1 billion pre-tax loss posted in the first half of 2023. During the period, the company posted a revenue of 407 billion naira, representing a 55% year-on-year increase from the 261.8 billion posted in the first half of 2023. So we're still expecting more earnings rolling out, and definitely investors reacting, differently. But for Nestle, we saw the price for the stock actually drop. In yesterday's trade, a big drop there, bringing that consumer goods counter lower. To other stories now, the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission has ordered the electricity market operator in the country's power sector to activate the relevant market rules to ensure the payment of about 21.3 billion naira owed by international customers in the first quarter of this year. The countries involved include Niger Republic through its power generation and transmission utility, Nigelec, Benin Republic through Société Béninoise d'Énergie Électrique, and Togo through its power utility firm, the Togo Electric Energy Company. In its just released Q1 2024 report, the NERC revealed that one of the countries being supplied electricity by Nigeria remitted monies to the country during the period under review. Nigerian youths have again been advised to carry out their protests with caution and not allow it to degenerate to destruction of critical infrastructure. These words are coming from the co-chairman of the National Traditional Rulers Council and monarch of Ile-Ife, His Imperial Majesty Adeyeye Anitan Ogunwusi. Adioni of Ife spoke on our political program, Politics Today, yesterday. Take a listen.
We need to let our people know that it is important for us to let them know that political and all our political leaders will come and go, but common assets and public assets shouldn't be destroyed. We will be the one to suffer, because we should come together as a country and not as individuals. People that are clamoring for riots, or protest or demonstration, we know. We traditional rulers, we never said that people shouldn't go to the streets to demonstrate. It is their rights. Even our political leaders confirmed that they can go. The agitation is real. We know that we have a lot of suffering in the country, and it is not only Nigeria. We have global inflation. It is everywhere. But what we traditional rulers are after is, do not let us destroy our country ourselves. This is a global phenomenon. We should be very sensitive about it. We should be very mindful that we should love our country more than anything. We should focus on patriotism, true patriotism.
All right, there you have it. Everyone bracing for tomorrow, but also giving advice on how to go about this planned protest. But let's get to a conversation now. In a sudden reversal, the Nigerian Airspace Management Agency has put on hold its plan to drastically hike the aircraft navigation fees by 800%, change that was originally set to take effect on September 1st, 2024. This unexpected move comes days after the agency first unveiled the proposed increase. Joining us now to discuss and other issues in the aviation industry, we have Mr. Bayo Adedeji. He's the Group CEO, Wakana. Joining me right here in the studio. Great to have you. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning. Nice to have you here.
Yeah, so quite a lot going on right now, but we cannot stay away from the planned protest. You know, at this time, I'm sure your industry is bracing for this. What kind of conversations are you having at this time?
Super tough conversation. We don't know what to expect tomorrow. We're concerned about cancellations, airline cancellations. The impact is big. And the impact on the economy is massive. You know, if all airlines cancel flights tomorrow, think about the impact, think about the financial loss, think about how we're going to have to manage passengers, think about all the things that is going to follow that, think about change fees. Some of these international airlines don't give us a quota that if your flight was cancelled or you missed your flight because you couldn't make it to the airport, they're going to have to pay cancellation fees, change fees. We're now working with the airlines to see all the things we can do to kind of make sure that we can breach for it, but we don't know what to expect.
Yeah, we definitely don't know what to expect. But if it actually happens, can you estimate what that cost could be to your industry?
To my industry, we have a daily run rate of about 4 to 5 billion naira daily from the agency standpoint. Total industry is about, I think I would estimate about between 10 and 15 billion. So now you have a delayed sale of 15 billion in one day. That means that 15 billion naira of transactions that has occurred probably in the past or currently on that day will not be able to be used or consumed of services that has been paid for. So now we're going to have to now take that 15 billion and then domino it to another day. So it's really a loss. In retail, a sale that does not happen is called a loss.
Yeah.
So when the service is not provided, then it's a loss to either the service provider or the consumer who paid for it. So,
right. Well, we'll all keep tracking, at this time. But let's get to other matters now. In the industry, you see the Nigerian Airspace Management Agency, they've put on hold that 800% planned hike. You know, we're seeing hikes everywhere.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, any hike like this will be transmitted
back to the consumer.
Back to the consumers
Correct.
at this time. But so is this relief we're feeling at this time?
You know, it's a catch-22, right? And I don't know the P&L lines of NAMA, but I can just speak overall. I believe if we assume in good faith, right, that the planned increases was to cover the operational costs, like they said, you then have to start thinking that what are the operational costs? Decided diesel. That means that our national agency on space management is running on diesel. Like, those are some of the fundamental issues that I think is causing some of this economic turmoil. Is when the cost of operation goes up, they push it back to the consumer, who is poorer than they are last year. Dollar at this time last year was 741. Today, as of today, I think is 1,611. You know, when you think about those things, it gets passed down to the consumer, and the consumer becomes poorer as we go along. Like you said, for every increase that agencies do to cover probably operational basis, if we assume good faith, then it gets passed out to the consumer that is poorer than they are last year. So it's like it's like a vicious cycle of poverty that we continue to propel if we continue to increase prices without going back and fundamentally fixing some of our fundamental issues.
Right. So we see the government agencies also complaining about what we complain
Yes.
about, talking about diesel and exchange rate volatility. Quite interesting. But with this call off now, do you think we're out of the woods?
We're not. We're still seeing prices surging. Local flights is surging a little bit. Aviation fuel is expensive, you know, and as we continue to be a dollar-denominated economy, as it were, because a lot of things is purchased in USD, and the movement of USD impacts our daily lives. You see that the price of flights are going up. The average price of a London ticket is up 103% to last year. So last month, I think it's up by 11%. You know, when you look at it, we're doubling what we used to pay in Naira terms, right? But in dollar terms, you know, it's relative now because dollar is up about 139% to last year. So again, the challenge is as we move from a dollar-denominated economy to a local producing economy, that's the only way we can find the solve to reduce some of our costing. If aviation fuel can be produced locally, if we can supply our airlines in Naira, you know, those are the places where we start to reduce our dependency on US dollars that drives the entire poverty scale, if you were to call it, of the entire economy. And the people don't make dollars. You know, we make Naira. A person earning 300K last year, and that is still earning even 350K this year, is poorer than last year. because again, everything they pay for, even if they pay in naira, there's a dollar behind it. So as dollar goes up from 741 to 1611, you know that they're paying more.
And definitely we've seen the federal government instruct the NNPCL to actually sell crude to refineries here in Naira.
Which is good news. Yeah. And those are some of the policies that I think is in the right direction, is as we just move away from dollar denomination to more Naira transactions, more local transactions in Naira, then the people will start to enjoy some of the benefit of Naira transactions that are at a lower value. Hopefully it's not still pegged against the dollar.
Yeah, because I'm up for anything that improves demand, for the Naira at this time. We need to see more of that, going forward with policy direction. But you did mention, the airfares and how they've risen, compared to last year. But when I look on social media, I'm seeing everybody still traveling for summer at this point. So I'm wondering what's happening with demand.
That is incorrect. And I think we live in data.
Right.
There are 35% less passengers than last year. We've seen air travel shrink year on year. Planes are still getting full because it might be sometimes the wrong indices. Some airlines are bringing smaller aircraft than they did last year. We're seeing capacity actually shrink than last year. And overall, we see a 35% decline in consumer travel. Corporate travel is a little bit off. Post-COVID, this is where corporate travel is starting to recover. So corporate travel can give us that mirage of travel, which is not really consumer travel. But on the B2C side, which is the business consumer side, what we're seeing is a 35% decline. We have a product called Pay Small Small at Waka now, where people can buy and pay small. We're seeing a surge. People that you will not believe. Typically, we don't see business class customers do Pay Small Small. Now we're seeing a lot more business class customers do Pay Small. That tells you how necessary travel, necessary vacations, but people are now planning it ahead because they are using Pay Small to travel. And that just tells you how the shrinking income of the middle class is impacting travel. Some people are still adamant about going family vacation. They are saving up money. Some have saved up money all year round. And people are coming to the office to look for cheaper places to go. Is a cheaper destination. We've seen local travel also go up, which is super interesting. People are now going by bus, people are going by road, people are going to places like Benin. Casa de Papa in Benin is getting a surge because people are now going there to say, you know what, I'll just drive to the border and then take a local bus to go to Benin, to go get the time away from all the hustle and bustle of Lagos. We're seeing people from Abuja come to Lagos. We're seeing people from Jos come to Lagos for annual vacation, bringing families, coming to the beach. We've seen a surge of people going to the beach in Lagos, even though as our beach business
so it's not about US and the UK, at this time. We're seeing movement within. So we're seeing a big substitution even in the travel agency,
because you see,
travel industry.
I should say that the consumer is also very resilient, and I should give some kudos back to the consumer. When you think about how poor the consumers are, and even we're just seeing a 35% decline, it tells you that the consumers are very, very resilient, and that people are. And that's what it's good about the Nigerian spirit, that every Nigerian would always make a way or find one, and which is super interesting as we go in travel space.
Regardless of food inflation and headline inflation way off the roof at this time, we still stay resilient. Thank you so much, Mr. Bayo Adedeji's Group CEO, Wakana.
Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you so much. All right, we'll take a break now. When we come back, we're going to look at what's happening in the markets and another industry here. We're looking at the sachet spiritual industry at this point. We know that ban from earlier this year. We're discussing what's happening right now. That's in a moment. Just stay with us.
Hello, Mr. James. We're having some issues with the supply. Hello?
This is why I recommend Conga Corporate. Why get worked up when Conga Corporate is working? As companies strategize to save costs and increase profitability, Conga Corporate is your structured partner to supply all products your company needs nationwide. Conga Corporate, we save you time and money. Contact us at corporatesales@conga.com. End your power struggles with iPower solution. Inverters, solar panels, and batteries. With hybrid inverters ranging from 1,200 watts all-in-one to a whopping 500 kilowatts. iPower is designed and produced by certified renewable energy experts from 5 countries in partnership with Zynos Technologies, specifically for Africa. Durable and cost-efficient power solution for your home, small offices, and large enterprises. What you see is what you get. Order now on Congo.com or any of our authorized distributors for same-day delivery in most cities in Nigeria. Terms and conditions apply. iPower, empower tomorrow, today.
Hello, Mr. James. We're having some issues with the supply. Hello?
This is why I recommend Conga Corporate. Why get